How are we? I'm going to give everyone a few minutes. I forgot to post this on social media that I was even doing this, so give me a moment here. At some point, I will have friends on with me, I think. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Tina. What are y'all reading? What are y'all doing? I'm just going to tag the people I think will be on. Leandra. I know Nell and Leandra will be on later. Nell is currently on sprints with Courtney. I started these at 7, which I don't usually do. I may move them after this week back to like 7:30, but 8 is like too late. But 7, so I might start doing 7:30. Hello, Glenda. How are you? Let me know what y'all are reading. I am reading Woven by Gold. I don't know if you can see this. Let me know if my light is in a good spot or not. I can move it if I need to. This is the second book in the Beast of the Briar series. So I read Bound by Thorns in like January or February, and this one just came out last week. So I started it on release day, but I haven't made a huge dent. It's a pretty big book. It's like 500 something pages. And it is what is it? I don't know. It is a reverse harem Beauty and the Beast retelling, like a why choose Beauty and the Beast retelling, but there is male relations in it as well, so that's just like a heads up for y'all if you want to read it, but that's not your vibe. Reading Part of Your World, part of the Twisted Tales series. Wonderful. This is the one that's Ariel and Ursula, right? Hello, Bree. I know Bree is doing Patreon sprints tonight, I think. Hello, Aaron. Hello, everybody. Hello. Okay. And then I'm going to tag Amy, but I don't know if Amy's going to make it because we had a snafu with sprints earlier, or not sprints, with time zones. Time zones are the worst. Hello, John. Reading The Old Guard by Greg Rucka is about immortal soldiers, and it's awesome. Wonderful. I love to hear that books are awesome because who has time for a not awesome book? Hello, ML. Let me see here. Actually not, because the schedule didn't work for everyone. Doing them on Monday now, but I need to edit this video. Wonderful. We love an edited video. Also, we love Monday sprints. You know what I mean. Personally, I like sprints any day of the week. I'm going to be starting Paddles, Promises, and Poison by Tanya Capis. I don't know how to say her last name, but that sounds wonderful. We love a cozy mystery. Hello, Stacy. Packing and listening to the writing retreat. I picked it up a while ago, but I haven't been able to listen or read in a bit because of moving. Understandable. Totally understandable. I'm sorry. I'm posting this to my Instagram because was I prepared? No, I was not. Okay, it's posted now. Hello, Jean. I thought this started at 9. I'll be reading Sinners Anonymous at 61%. Slow smut. Yeah, so okay, so I'm trying to figure out the best time to do these on Thursdays. I either need to do them, like I need to do them before 8, but I might move them to 7:30 because for some reason I always forget that who am I thinking of right now? My brain just turned off right now. Courtney from Tangible Reads. She does sprints on Thursdays at like 5 and she gets done at 7:30. So I'm thinking of moving it to 7:30 so that I'm not like overlapping. You know what I mean? I don't know. Who knows? Next weekend, is it next weekend already? Hold on, please. Please hold while I make sure not to say something that's not correct. What is the date? Yes. So next weekend is 24-hour sprints. So we don't have like I won't have Thursday sprints. So I have like 2 weeks to think about this. So someone let me know in the comments if y'all have a preference or not. If you don't, I'll think of it. I'll think about it. Moving truck comes Monday. That's exciting, ML. Hello, Jessica. Reading book 8 in Ice Planet Barbarians. Wonderful. Everyone's saying hello. Everyone's saying hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I saw this. I think you were the one that shared it, Ree, that I saw in stories. And it looks amazing. Honestly, the covers of these books make me want to read these books. I haven't actually read them. I think I downloaded, like I borrowed the first one from Libby and then I never read it. So I feel like I should read these because everyone else seems to have read them and I'm just behind the times. Everyone's saying hello. Either time works for me. Wonderful. I might start Fairy Tale by Stephen King when I finish Old Guard. Have you read it? If so, did you like it? So I have it. I own it. My sibling, you've not seen this vlog because I haven't even started it, to be honest. But one of my siblings, I had 2 siblings that came and visited me in from May into like the end of May into June. And one of them picked Fairy Tale as a book for me to read. And I think I even posted it like to my grid that I had started it and then I was bored. So I put it down. And I'm sorry. Probably people are going to start coming in after the first sprint, but that's okay. So I had put it down because I was bored and I didn't care, but I am planning on picking it back up because the buzzwords around it are things that I should like. But also I was a little bit slumpy at the beginning of this month, and that's when I think I picked it up was right at the beginning of June or right at the end of May, and I was slumping pretty bad. So I was like, Dinosaurs in the new Wayward Children's book. Is that what we're talking about here? Is that what we're talking about? I'd recommend just binging them like they're one big book rather than breaking it up. Much better experience that way. Okay, then I may just purchase them. To be honest, like I may just like buy them via Kindle. Like I may see how much it is just to buy the whole series via Kindle and then just read them. I might do that. Next weekend is 24-hour sprints. Very exciting. Next week is going to be so hectic and busy. Can't wait. Yes. Next weekend is 24-hour sprints. And we are splitting the sprints between me and 5 other people. So let me pull up my little graphic. I think I posted it to my community tab. I know it's pinned to the top of my Instagram grid. I will double check during this first sprint to make sure that it's also on my, like, in my community tab, and I'll probably repost it as we get closer. But we're breaking it up between me, Kelsey, Bree, who's here in the comments, Brooklyn, Brittany, and Leandra. And then I do have like a graphic. It looks like this, and it has all of the times. So it'll open with me and it will close with Leandra. But I will be making appearances on everyone's sprints, even if I do choose to sleep, which I may actually sleep during these 24-hour sprints since I have other people to help me out. But I will show up on everyone's sprints. You feel what I'm saying? Okay. It's going to be so fun. So I'm hoping that this goes smoothly because I feel like this will be a fun way to do 24-hour sprints from now on. And it also helps people. Like, it will also help whoever is hosting. You know what I mean? Spread the love. That's what I'm trying to say here. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait. I just spilled mouthwash in my bathroom, a minty fresh bathroom. I like 7 or 7:30. I like to go to bed at 10 Eastern on Thursdays. Okay, great. So I probably will start doing them at 7:30. And that's just simply because then I don't overlap too bad with Courtney. I mean, I feel like no matter what time I do them, I'm going to overlap with somebody. I just don't feel like there's any like perfect time to do sprints where you don't overlap with someone, but that'll be fine. Other than 24-hour sprints, I'm participating in 3 readathon / reading challenges next week. Wow. I am going to do another 24-hour, what is it? Like 24-hour challenge, but I'm going to wait until July. I'm not going to do another one until July. Because I have my Instagram chooses my gay books / pride vlog that I'm currently doing. And then I also have a dragons vlog that I'm doing for Once Upon a Readathon. So, which reminds me, I need to go put books in for Once Upon a Readathon. The cover of the new Wayward Children has dinosaurs. Yes, I saw that. Mislaid in parts half known. I'm gonna share this because who doesn't love dinosaurs? Am I right? Honestly, who doesn't love dinosaurs? So, I don't know what I was going to say. I got sidetracked by the dinosaur cover, clearly. Clearly, I did. All right, so we're gonna do 45-minute sprints. That's what we're gonna do here. Also, I just want to acknowledge the fact that I have all of my July content planned. Okay, I have all of it planned out. I did put a poll up on my community tab asking ideally how many videos y'all would like to see from me a week, and at last check, which was like earlier this morning, y'all were saying 2 videos a week. So as of right now, what I'm going to be doing is a video on Sunday, like starting in July. I will be doing a video on Sunday and a video on Friday. So my Friday videos are going to be like sit down videos or like series style videos. So the first couple are going to be Kindle related because people have said that they want to see Kindle content since I'm back to being a mostly digital reader. And then these Sunday videos will be vlogs because that will give me at least a week to do each vlog. Now, I don't think I'm going to post the videos that will go up. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a different calendar for y'all that is content in sprints, because I know that people have been wanting to see content in sprint calendar at a glance type deal. I'm going to make one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put like video upload at 10 a.m. So I'm just gonna put like the video like vlog upload at, but I'm not gonna, and the time that it should be posting, but I'm not actually going to put what the video or the vlog is, because especially with the vlogs, I might have to move them around. So I don't want to feel like I have, like if I say I'm doing a 24-hour readathon on like on 1 week, like on Sunday that will be uploaded. If it takes me a full week to record that video, which it probably will, it did last time, I may not be able to actually get it posted, if that makes sense. Like I may not be able, like I may have to put a different vlog or a different video up first. So I don't want to kind of pigeonhole myself, I guess. And then people be like, oh, well, you said that this vlog was going up and you put this vlog up. You know what I mean? It gives me a little bit of wiggle room, if you will. Hello, Kiana. Everyone's saying hello, hello, hello. All right. I think what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the first 45 minutes. And I will try to get this calendar posted while I'm doing that. Okay. I will try to get this calendar posted up so that y'all have it in the community tab. I'll also make sure that the 24-hour sprint graphic is in the community tab as well. So I will see y'all. Oh, here we go. I'm reading Waiting Till the Midnight Hour, A Narrative History of Black Power in America by Peniel E. Joseph, and it is nonfiction. Wonderful. That sounds intriguing. Honestly, I'm going to look this book up because that sounds intriguing. Listening to a Man Called Uva, and it's so good. Oh my gosh. This was like one of my best books. Like this was definitely, I didn't do like a top books of 2022 just because I had so many that I just like was handing out 5 stars to. But this one was a 6-star book for me last year, for sure. For sure. Like one of my favorite books of all time. Okay, so we're gonna jump into 45 minutes. So I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. Forgot how to unmute myself for a moment. I don't know what's happening. We got a Nell, but I think she's finishing what she's reading, so we'll give her a moment. How did everyone else do? Let me see. I'll read some comments. Nell is having a crisis, it seems.
What is happening? Okay.
I was like, we got a Nell, but obviously section.
What just happened?
Okay, so you're reading Fourth Wing.
Yes.
I need to ask you a question, girl, because here's the thing. So I've been in a slump, if anyone's been following me on Instagram. I think I may have done myself in last month because I had like a really good reading month. I think I read like 14 or 15 books last month.
Nice.
But it was like back-to-back reading. Like I didn't take any breaks like in between because I did that 24-hour challenge last month.
Mm-hmm.
Does this book get better? Like, does it get better? Because here's the thing. So I have the book in every format. And
Really?
here's why. Because so I pre-ordered this, right? The first edition. I pre-ordered it not knowing nothing about it. Okay. It kept popping up on my Amazon and I was like, if you keep coming at me with sprayed edges, I'm gonna buy it. So I bought it. I pre-ordered it. Well, then I was like, I'm not gonna read this romantasy, which I actually didn't realize it was romantasy. I thought it was just a fantasy book when I bought it or pre-ordered it. So I pre-ordered the audio. So I have the audio. And then your girl's not reading physical books right now. Okay. So then I was like, well, if you're gonna read this, you're gonna have to buy the Kindle version. So I started it like a week ago. And
How far did you get?
A week ago, I got like to chapter 2. And I was like, I don't know what's happening. So I put it down. Now I'm at chapter 4.
Okay.
I am at chapter 4 and I'm not giving up on it. I'm just being me and I'm doing 2 vlogs at once. So I'm doing this dragon, like reading dragon books vlog for Once Upon a Readathon, but I'm also doing my Instagram picks my gay books vlog, which the only one that I'm reading that technically Instagram didn't pick is Woven by Gold. But that's because I love y'all, but I DNF'd Song of Achilles.
Yes, I saw that.
Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I tried. I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening. Like I got it from the library as an ebook. Could not vibe. So I was like, you know what? I'll just get the audio. It's on Scribd. It'll be fine. Download the audiobook on Scribd. And yesterday I listened to 4 or 5 chapters of it, and I was like, I literally do not care. Like I hated the entire time. Like I was like, I don't care about anything that's happening. I did not feel I did wait until the man that starts with a P. The book is over there, and I can't think of the name. Whatever his name is. Him, yes. He's also in like the Iliad and the Odyssey, I'm pretty sure. But, and Achilles, like they had met each other and stuff. So like I was like, great chemistry. No chemistry. I could not. I was like,
they definitely had chemistry. Like when they were like hanging out at the lunch table or whatever, there was chemistry.
I did not care. I was like, you know what? I do not care about these 2 men. I do not care about these 2 men. Like, and I was like, you know what? DNFing is still content. So it's fine. So I did just go ahead and just continue with Woven by Gold because that was going to be part of the thing anyway. But I didn't want to put this one up to chance of Instagram not picking it because I was like, I have to read this month because I'm invested in this series now. Here's the thing with the audio. If anyone's listening to the audio of Fourth Wing, this poor woman,
you said something like she has a cold or something.
This poor narrator, it sounds like they made her record, like she had a deadline to record this and was like, I've had a cold for a week, but it's fine. You can hear the breathing. Like I have it sped up to 2.5 times speed because I am immersion reading it on my Kindle. So like I'm reading it on, like following along on my Kindle while listening, and it makes it better the faster you speed it up. But there are big spots where all you hear is like,
see, I didn't notice that until yesterday. I was reading whatever chapter has the first smut scene in it. I was listening to that, and there's literally a moment where she's like talking about the smut, and she
And then
goes,
she stops.
I was like, ew, what was that noise?
And like, here's the thing, I don't even blame her. I don't blame her. I think it really was like she got sick and they were like, ma'am, we got to record this like right now, because there are spots where it's better than other spots. It's like they took two pieces of audio and like melded them together, because I didn't notice it right at the beginning, but by like chapter 2, I was like, why does this woman sound congested?
See, I didn't notice it. I only noticed it during that one scene, which is like, I don't even know what chapter it's in. It's like in chapter 20 something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
like
you literally hear her like swallow or something. Like,
yes,
I was like, ew.
and you hear it in like chapter 3 too, where you like it's like a, I hate this phrase, but like I don't know how else to say it, but it's like a pregnant pause, right? It's like this long pause, and you hear like,
yeah.
But listen, if it gets better, I'm gonna hold out, because here's the thing: I refuse to sell this book. Okay, like
I
you
was gonna say, if
can't,
you're selling it, I'm buying it because I don't have the copy with the sprayed edges.
because you cannot get this sprayed edges. So like I was talking to someone the other day and they were like, well, you could always sell it on Pango. And I was like, if I sold this book, I would have to find a booktube friend that did not get a copy of this and be like, you want this book. So if I ever sell this, I will be calling Nell and be like, no. Because I was like, because I'm not willing to part with the first edition with sprayed edges to just like anybody on Pango. Like,
Right.
no offense to the people from Pango, but I refuse to sell this book. Like, I refuse. Like, it's just so pretty. Like, I refuse. And I was like, so I have to like this, or I have to be okay with the fact that like I'm gonna use it as decoration on my shelf. And then if people are like, did you like that book? And I'm like, I liked it, but also it's pretty. But I want to like it because I like Divergent and like the Hunger Games and like the boy with the lightning scar, you know? And that's like what this is being, even I can feel it 4 chapters in, like that's what this is. Someone also compared it to Twilight, which I was confused by that analogy.
Yeah.
So
I've
it's like,
only ever watched Twilight once, but
like
from what I remember, I don't know what about
no,
this.
I don't feel Twilight unless they're saying Twilight because it's supposed to be like YA. Like, I'm not really sure, but this doesn't give me Twilight vibe. And I read Twilight before it was like a popular thing, and then also like reread it and then watched the movies. It's not a great series, okay? So if you've never read it, you're not missing anything. But like, I just feel like, I don't know where that came from, but I was watching someone's like either a 24-hour challenge, like a 24-hour readathon thing, or like swapping screen time, reading time. I love those videos, okay? Which is why I'm gonna start making them, because I'm like, they're just so fun to watch. And she read Fourth Wing. Like, in the last like 2 months, everybody that's been doing that has been reading Fourth Wing in these challenges. And she was like, yeah, it reminds me of like Divergent and Twilight. And I was like,
I don't get the Twilight. I don't know what about Twilight she's referring to.
Divergent, I get because of the quadrant thing. Like, I get that. And then like Hunger Games, I get because there's clearly some kind of competition that's going to happen. And then
it's not like a competition. I think that that's a little misleading when people say that. It's not like a competition necessarily. They're going, it's a school, it's a college, but the stuff they have to do, the classes they have to take, they can die. And they know that going into it. So it's like, you know, every couple of classes, we lose some people.
And then like, I even get like I know a lot of people don't like to compare it to this, but I don't know what else you would compare it to, because I can't. Someone said that they could that they were hoping to compare it to Amari, but like, no,
I haven't read that.
Because I don't, and I've read the first Amari book. I need to read the second one. I don't know why. I'm just over here not finishing the series. Okay, it's fine. But from what I remember of the first Amari book, this is much older than Amari. Like, even like comparing the two schools isn't really right, because Amari, I don't even really like which I know I made this comparison in the beginning because that's what I was being told, but I don't even really like comparing Amari to Harry Potter at all, because Harry Potter is magical like is a magical school. So like comparing it to Fourth Wing or comparing Fourth Wing to Harry Potter makes sense to me. Comparing Amari and Harry Potter doesn't make sense because Amari is more like middle grade Men in Black than it is Harry Potter. You see what I'm saying? But I just your reaction gives me hope, okay?
Well, I did not have that reaction till literally just now. I don't know what's about to happen. And also I'm on page 438 and this book only has like maybe less than 500 pages. So I'm like maybe 60 pages from finishing. And you know how fantasy books always like do all the crazy stuff at the very end.
Here's the thing, and I say this in my vlog. I say this in every vlog that requires me to read fantasy. For a fantasy girly, a high fantasy girly at that, yo girl does not give a crap about no world building. I do not care, which doesn't even make sense. Like, it's an oxymoron for me to be like, love fantasy, could give a crap less about the world building. I don't care. Brittany said to get 150 pages in, because she was like, once you get 150 pages in, she's like, I understood the hype. And I was like, I didn't. Because like last week, like I was so deep in a slump, dude. Like I was like, I don't care about anything in life at this point. Like I do not care. But then I read, what did I read? I listened to something. It was gay and it was sapphic. What was it? Kiss Her Once for Me, which is a Christmas. It's Christmas. It's not even. What is going on with my TV? My TV is being weird. It's not even like summertime vibe. Okay, like it is a Christmas. It's a Christmas book. But I listened to the audio of that, 5 stars, and then I was like, my slump has magically lifted. So that's all I needed. Clearly.
Yeah, I would say chapter 4 is too early to say like whether or not this book is good or not. You definitely have to get further into it than chapter 4.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on. I
would say that for me, the moment where like I started to be like, okay, I'm kind of there, I'm getting there, was probably around somewhere between like chapters like 13 and 16, somewhere in that like general area is where things started to be like, okay, all right, I'm digging it.
Okay, I can vibe with that because here's the thing. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My TV is like on crack. Anyway, I feel like I should have known because it's a fantasy book, even though I know it's supposed to be like romantic to see whatever. Okay, that like the first 100 pages of any fantasy book is just world building. I'm just not going to care. Like, I'm really just not going to. Because, like, Crescent City, the first one was like that for me. I didn't read this. I haven't read the second one yet. But the first one was like that for me. Actually, Throne of Glass was like that for me, too. And I gave Throne of Glass 5 stars. Because, like, the first, like, chunk of the book, I was like, do not care, do not care, do not care, do not care, do not care. And then, like, we got into, like, the competition part. And I was like, 5 stars. Like, by the end, I was like, it's 5 stars. Crescent City, the first one, I gave it 5 stars. And the first 100 pages, did not care. I was like, I do not care. I do not care. And people were like, just stick it out. With fantasy, I will stick it out a little bit longer than with other things. Song of Achilles, I'm looking at you. Because I just, anyone that likes that book, I'm sorry that I did not. That's all I'm going to say. But Michelle, so we know Michelle from Michelle's Library. I like went to Goodreads and I started like reading reviews because I was like, maybe I have friends that like this book. I think Jean might have liked it. I think I saw her review and a couple other friends liked it. But the first review I saw was Michelle. She gave it 3 stars. And her review literally just says, I have 0 emotions towards this book.
Really? How is that possible?
That was her review. And then Brittany from Gigi and Bo, we love her here, okay? She read it at the beginning of the month, and she also DNF'd it.
Really? That was one of the first books that I read. It might have been like the second or third book that I read, like when I got back into reading last year. And It wasn't like my favorite. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like a 5-star book because that type of book is not my thing. Like it's very like beautiful and like prose and like all of that stuff. Yeah, that's not really my jam. I'm not into like emotional books. I like comedy. I like romance. I like toxicity. Like I'm not here for all the like love and like, no, that's not what I'm here for. But I can admit that like it was very well written and it was still a good story. Like I can respect it. I can recognize that.
Right. Yeah. Hello, Amy. I'm sure it's a good book for someone. I just did not care for myself. How are you, Amy?
Good.
Good?
Yeah. I don't know what book you're talking about right now, though.
We're talking about the Song of Achilles. Which I DNF'd yesterday.
I saw that.
I saw that you were reading it, and I was like, "Yay!" And then like I kept scrolling, and then you DNF'd it. I was like, "Oh."
I DNF'd it at work. Because here's the thing, I spent a portion of my day yesterday listening to it because I was like, cool, let me see, like, because my thing is I have to test books before I listen to them at work because Eli and Quez, which are the two guys that I close with, they do not appreciate when I cry at work. So I have to pick books that are not going to elicit a reaction, because the last reaction that Quez saw was when I was reading Malibu Rising, and there's a thing that happens in Malibu Rising that probably the way that it happens, it probably wouldn't affect a normal person the way it affected me. But because of this specific thing that happens, it punched me in the face because I didn't know what was happening, and I was literally just like eating food and just like minding my own business, and then this thing happened, and then they just like moved on from it, and I was just bawling. I was just like, what? And Quez walked in, and he was like, why? He was like, are you okay? Because like 5 minutes before that, I had been perfectly fine. Like I had been. So I was like, let me see how sad this book is. I listened to 5 chapters, and
it's the ending that's sad. The ending,
yeah, it's not sad until the end.
Sad if you like don't already know the story. If you know, because it's Greek mythology, so it's a story that already exists. It's not like this is a new story. But if you've never read the story, then like it's probably gonna be a little brutal when you get to the end. But if you know what's gonna happen, then it's not really sad. I will say there was one character that I didn't know what like happened to her at the end, and when I read that, I was like, I'm not crying, you're crying.
Tears, what are those? My eyes are watering. It's fine. No, I just did not care. Now I've said in the vlog, because it was 6:00 in the morning and I was tired, that I was gonna like put it on Pango. I might not. I may keep it on the shelf long enough to decide if it's something that I'm actually DNFing or if I'm just soft DNFing, because
just soft DNFing for now. I think that you have to get a little further in before you like fully like cut it off. I will say that like the beginning is slow. To me, things didn't pick up until like they go to the little school or whatever they're going to, and then he gets sent off to go train with the guy, whatever his name is, and Patroclus goes with him, and they train or whatever, and then his mom like takes him and sends him to some other place or whatever. When he goes to the other place, whatever that place is called, and Patroclus is like, where is he? Where did he go? He's been taken away from me. I have to find him. Once he finds him, everything after that is when things get like, okay. It gets messy. There's like love triangles. I'm like, ooh, okay.
Yeah, I had to read that book for book club, and I was like, I'm not gonna like this. And I got to the end, which I pushed through because it was for book club, and I got to the end and I gave it 4 stars. Like I was like, this fire. So I don't know at what point it was that I was like I don't remember at what point it was that I was like, yes, this is
the book.
Yeah, like this is a great book. Like I don't remember what point it was, but
I'll just wait until Kelsey and Brittany start their read of it, because this is the book they picked for B&K book club this month. This is their LGBTQ pick. And like, I don't love to DNF an LGBTQ book during June. Just like it pained me in February when I can't remember what that freaking Rise Up, whatever that book was, that I had no idea what was happening, but like it pulled me in because it like was comparing it to Stranger Things and Get Out, I think, or something. And I was like, I don't know what's happening in this book. Like I was lost the entire time. Like all I can tell you is that there was some kind of creature in the subway. That's all I can tell you. Like I don't know what was happening. But I DNF'd that book during Black History Month, and that's a BIPOC book, and I was like, that feels terrible. So maybe I'll wait until they start the big like buddy read of it, and then I'll try it again.
I would say I want to tell you like what happens just so that you can like be excited, but I also don't want to spoil it, especially for people that are in the comments and maybe haven't read it. But once he gets sent away to that place and Patroclus has to go find him, when he gets there and he finds them, it's like, oh, this is about to get good.
Maybe I also just hate the way that Patroclus, I can't say his name, is like portrayed, because like in Greek mythology, he's supposed to be like a killer. You feel what I'm saying? And I feel like at least in the 5 chapters that I listened to, like he was just like this weakling.
He's very soft.
And I'm like, but in in true Greek mythology, like you're supposed to be a killer, but like also it's a retelling. So,
and it's from his perspective too, because other Greek mythology usually it's talking about him and not you getting to see things from his perspective. So with this being from his perspective, you kind of get to see like, oh, he's not this machine that everyone thinks he is. Like he has feelings and emotions, and he's soft
and he being who he is not going to think he's all that in a killer, and he's not going to think that about himself. He's not going to think great things about himself because he's not a up there egotistical person.
Right. That's also true. All right. I'm going to make a commitment to the 2 of y'all that I'm a softy enough until the end of the month, and I will try it again at the end of the month. Okay. For now, it's just going to have to sit over there and just stare at me.
Once you get into the politics of things, that's when I'm just like, yeah.
Pat joined us during our sprint. I think Lexi also joined us during our sprint. Hello.
Hey.
I just would like everyone to know that I've never read Jurassic Park.
Me either.
I just read it last year.
To be honest, I don't know that I care to read Jurassic Park.
I really liked it. I didn't like the sequel. I really liked Jurassic Park because it doesn't get too in depth in the sciencey
stuff.
Part.
Yeah,
it's more character-y, gotcha. But also adventure-y. How many words can I add? Any?
Just tack on a Y. It's fine. Hello, Chrissy. Also, if Ari comes in here speaking like a robot, that's a thing we're doing today. She came up here 3 times during the last sprint talking about, Mom, can you come help me get my dad some ice? And I'm like, what are you doing? And then I go downstairs and he's talking back to her in a robot voice. I'm like, what is going on? I'm just wondering what's happening. Hello. Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Hello, Courtney. Everyone's saying, okay, I'm not going to click on everyone's hellos to each other, but I see it and I love it. I just want everyone to know that I acknowledge that you're saying hello to each other. Jessica reached 9% in the 8th book for Ice Planet Barbarians and also showered. Very productive. I made it to 13% of Woven by Gold. I just need everyone to understand that this book is like 600 pages long. So when I say 13% through, I'm like almost to 100 pages in this book, and I feel like I should be way farther than this because it reads very quickly. And I'm on chapter 15. But it's like a 600-page book. That's Kindle Unlimited. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Didn't read, watch YouTube. I was talking to my parents. Wonderful. Let's look now. Had coffee and read 6%. Nice. Wonderful. Finished notes and eating some cookies. Cookies are great.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
No.
Hey.
Far behind in comments we are. You're welcome. I just had to talk about Fourth Wing because I need great. You know what I mean? I do that back-to-back reading every like
my librarian gave me her copy.
Jealous.
Yeah, no,
she let me borrow it, and I was like, oh, I put it in my sleeve. I was like, I'm gonna put it in my sleeve so I don't do anything to it. And she's like, that's like my 4th copy. And I was like, you have 4 copies of Fourth Wing? I was like, nobody has 4 copies of Fourth Wing.
I feel bad because like I should have stocked up on these like when they were available, so that I could just be like, oh, you didn't get a copy, here you go. You know what I mean?
Like I don't know. I don't read adult fantasy, but I'm totally suffering from FOMO, and I'm just like, So when she said, "Do you want to read it?" I was like,
yes. Yeah. Alicia said I do that back-to-back reading every month or two, and then I have slumps the other months. Yeah. So that's basically what happened, because last month I did the 24-hour thing where I like set the timer and read for 24 hours. Did I read in 24 hours? No, I did not. Okay. Your girl did not put that much pressure on herself. It took me a whole week. But I just went back and watched my video yesterday because I was looking at other people's videos, and my video like popped up when I did the filter where it like put it in the order, like most recently uploaded or whatever. And so the guys at work were like, let's watch it. And I was like, ew, I don't want to watch myself, but we watched it. And I apparently read 4 books in that vlog. So that was 4 out of the 14 books. Like, I don't even know how I read that many books last month, because I don't feel like every month that I read more than like 4 books, I'm like, how did I read this much? Because I don't even remember reading. Like, I don't feel like I read.
But when you did that 24-hour thing, you didn't even count your... You didn't count your listening at work.
Yeah.
Or the reading at work, because actually I did read a good chunk. I would say I read about 50% of Pucking Around at work and 50% for the vlog, like during the timer part. So and like, I think I underestimate how much downtime we have at work and just how much I actually read at work, especially because I tend to do audio at work too. So, no, started 4th week and then put it aside to read the Dark Verse series. Making lunch for work tomorrow. Wonderful. Heading out to sushi. Gone since that was 20 minutes ago. Goodbye, Jane.
Hey, Pat.
Twice today I've gotten 2 in my book and missed the end of people's sprints. I mean, that happens. You know what I mean? Finished Take a Hike by Mimi Grace. Wonderful. I don't care how much. Yeah, I do not. Like, for a fantasy reader, like, I just do not give a crap about world building. Like, I literally need, like, 1 chapter just explain to me how the magic system works and explain to me what's going on, and I'm good. Also, high fantasy doesn't do that. High fantasy needs to be intricate and like tell you all the things for like 100 pages. And I'm just like, okay, cool, great. And I like read it and I absorb nothing. And then I just piece everything together as we go. Like, once I start to care, then I piece things together. Like, I do that with dystopian too. Because I remember like Divergent and the Hunger Games, there is like world building. Like, there's build around the things that are happening. Nope. I just pieced it together as I went. It's fine. Hello, Camilla. Hello, Elise.
Hey, Elise.
A deep tissue massage. That sounds...
Same.
Chris said that 4th wing was fine, but the last leg of the book was bonkers. Turned a 3-star into a 5.
Literally, at the end of this sprint, like, the reason why I was like, hold on, because I was finishing chapter 34, and I was like, what? What is happening?
And then her whole face before she would unmute, she was like...
Because I'm like, wait, what is happening? What are we doing right now?
Felicie said, you will either hate or love 4th wing. There's nothing in the middle. Me too in the middle. Don't know her. Which I have noticed that because I have been watching like spoiler-free vlogs because I'm like, maybe it's just me. You know what I mean? But it does seem that like you give it 2 stars or you give it 5. Like, there's not like, no one's giving it 3 stars. So like, cool. You know what I mean? Hello, Adrian. Hey. So glad to see you. Everyone's saying hello to each other in the... I live for toxicity.
Honestly, the male character in here didn't like him. Wasn't feeling it. Then he became toxic, and I was like, okay, I'm digging it. I'm here.
Love you. See, that's how I feel about Woven by Gold. So there is one... So it's 4 Fae Princess... Was it 4? Or 3? Yes, 4 Fae Princes, and then like the Belle character, right? Because it's a Beauty and the Beast retelling, but it's like a why choose Fae world. It's like a whole dynamic thing. Okay, it's all thing. So somehow in the first book I missed that 2 of the Fae Princes, I'm not gonna say which ones, but 2 of the Fae Princes have like a sexual relationship. I somehow missed this. So as I was reading the first book, I just got punched in the face by like gay sex, and I was like, what is happening? Like, Not that I'm against it. Okay, I'm not. Like I don't care one way or the other. But the way that it happened, it was like the main female character, the only female character really, watching it happen. Like she walks in on it and then is just like quiet and just stands there and watches it. It's like a whole thing that happens, and I'm like, what? Like my head exploded for a second. Now I'm over it. I'm over it now, and I understand like that's going to happen in these books. But there's one character. There's one character who's very grumpy. That's really all I can say about it, because like if I say much more, it's kind of a spoiler. Well, it is a spoiler, but essentially, like the whole point is that she's supposed to figure out which of these four is like her mate or whatever, right? And one of the Fae princes is like grumpy as hell. Like I don't like him. Like every time he's on the page, I'm like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. But also, I live for the toxicity, because that's all it is. It's just like their relationship is so toxic. Like he literally tells her that they're cursed, because like they're cursed, you know, just like the beast is. Anyway, we know the story of Beauty and the Beast. So they're cursed. They have the stupid roses and all that stuff, right? And he tells her at one point, he's like, the enchantress's curse is more bearable than being with you. Like I hate you, but like also the toxicity. Am I right? I'm just saying. Hello to Amy. Everyone's saying hello to Amy.
Hello.
I have no interest in Madeline Miller's books. I don't like Greek mythology retellings. I don't mind them.
Okay.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to just reserve any judgment. I'm going to try this book. Okay. I'm going to make myself get like 50% through and then be like, ma'am. You know what I mean?
Really like Greek mythology, so that's how I was able to kind of push through the beginning that was like boring. Was because I am interested in the story purely because it's Greek mythology. That had it been a regular story, I might not have pushed through it. Maybe I would have DNF'd it. I don't know.
Forget it. Hello Taylor. Hello Destiny. Just got back from grocery shopping. The bill almost killed me. I did grocery delivery today. First of all, how are you going to deliver my groceries without two of my items? But charge me for my items. Wow. I will punch you in the face. So I got a hold of Instacart, and I was like, reported issue, because I had to do 2 different grocery runs, okay, because I needed to get milk for the kids and milk for Mr. Reading Winiva, because he's lactose intolerant, so he has to have special milk. And then I needed to get fruit roll-ups for Austin, and Ari wanted Uncrustables, right? So I had to get all of that from Meyer. Then I had to do a Target one so I could get myself, I needed laundry soap and fabric softener. So I had to get that. And then I was like, well, Target's the only place that seems to have the pizzas that Ari likes. So I got that. How did you give me everything but the pizzas? But you still charged me like you shopped for the pizzas. So I reported an issue to Instacart, and they refunded me for the pizzas.
Good.
I almost fought that lady, because I was like, I feel like you just stole my pizzas and then thought that. I feel like what most people do is they're like, oh, they must, because like I do put on my stuff not to like
not to substitute,
find me instead of substitute, because almost never do they give me an adequate substitute. Like I would rather not. But instead of doing
it's like super expensive.
Right. And so I feel like what she did was she was like, oh, well, she said not to refund her, so it's fine. Like, so she either stole my pizza, like she had to have stolen the pizzas, because they have to scan the items for it to register in the Instacart app that they bought the item.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I hope you enjoy those pizzas. Okay. I don't recommend Crescent City. Yeah, so I already read the first one and I liked it. I gave it 5 stars. I just had to get past the first 100 pages because I did not care. I mean, I had the audiobook for it, but so got further in the writing retreat and liking it. It seems wild. I need to try this again because I gave it 3 stars. I did not enjoy it.
Yeah, I didn't hear great things about that book, so it's not on my TBR for that reason.
And Mel, I hope it is just allergies that's making you not feel well. I didn't like the mean girl energy in the writing retreat. That was my problem.
There was definitely mean girl energy.
There was a lot of mean girl energy for people that are 30 years old. Like, I just for what reason? Who has that much energy at 30 years old?
Right. Like, you have to work really hard to be that mean.
Couldn't be me.
That old.
Now I feel better about the fact that Mayfly is probably going to be a 5-star read for me. This main character is a psychopath. I mean, we love a psychopath. Am I right? I mean, I don't want to personally be involved with a psychopath, but I will read about them. I mean, me too. You know what I mean? But like, I remember I was reading it at work. I think that's why when I read it, I was like, what? Because like, I didn't expect it. So I was just like casually just like at work, you know, just reading it. And then there it was, just a punch to the face. And I was like, what? But like, I mean, gay sex is great. You know what I mean? And it was pretty graphic too. So I was like, do I skip this? And I just continued reading, to be honest. Finished it a few days ago. Still don't know how to feel. Curious to know your thoughts on it. This is the writing retreat. I gave it 3 stars. I did not do it.
I gave it 3 stars as well.
Yeah. I think I might try it again, but they were out of purple onion and they only had prepped onion for $5.
That's so
$5.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It is not worth $5 for someone else to cut onion for me.
I mean, I get that it's worth a little bit, but
$5 worth?
$5?
It's probably not even a human being cutting it. It's probably
no, they just put it in the thing and they just go toot.
I did a drive up from Target.
Sound effects.
My bread. Well, that is very rude. Write a complaint.
Yeah.
Shit is. Oh yeah. Always bag your own. Yeah. Stuff. Shit. It's
shit.
So I personally like the fine print. I gave it 4 stars. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If you want to read the rest of the series, you have to read the fine print. They are not, the Dreamland Billionaires series are not standalone books in a series. Like, you need all of the background shiitake mushrooms that you get in the fine print in order to move on to the other 2 books. Now, I will say this. I know that everyone says that their favorite book is Terms and Conditions. I don't know if this is because I'm a person who has dealt with addiction in their past or what. I am having so much trouble getting through Terms and Conditions. That's the 3rd book in the Dreamland Billionaires. And I don't know if it's because Cal has an alcohol and drug problem and I just don't care. Like, because he's just kind of like the perpetual victim, at least in the part that I'm at right now. Like, he's just like, and like, I want to love the second chance part of it, but like, it's the victimness for me. My favorite book was the second book. No, Terms and Conditions is the second book. The 3rd book is Final Offer.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So Final Offer, I'm having issues getting through that. The second book is Terms and Conditions. Personally, my favorite. Okay, that was a 6-star book for me. But you have to read the fine print first.
So when you first were saying that, you said, I don't know if it's because I'm a human. And then you took a really big pause. You were like, because I'm a human who has struggled. But you just stopped with, because I'm a human.
I was trying to formulate brain function, clearly. But I don't
know. She's going there. She's just going there.
Here's my thing. In the first 2 books, I liked Cal. Okay, so if you don't know what this series is, it's like a Disney ripoff. To be honest, it's like not even a. It's just like a blatant ripoff. Okay, which is fine. Like, it's enjoyable. Like, we love it. But here's the thing: Cal, the pieces of Cal that you get in the first 2 books, he's like a different person in the 3rd book.
Oh,
because it's like nobody around him except Alana sees the fact that he has a drug and alcohol problem. But the man carries a flask in his pocket at all times. So I'm confused. Like, are y'all just so used to him being drunk that it's just like part of his personality? I mean, if that's what it is, then cool. Not great, you know what I'm saying? But sure, I can vibe with that. But I think the issue that I have is like Cal just comes off as like the perpetual victim all the time. Like, I drink because I don't want to turn into my father. I drink because my brother did this. I drink because the woman I love doesn't love me. Like, it's that kind of shit. And I'm like, I do not care about you. Like, I like Alana's storyline, and I'm hoping that Cal gets better, but that book has been put on hold. But my favorite book was Terms and Conditions. I know not everyone likes that book, okay? It's Grumpy Sunshine, and it is Marriage of Convenience. And Declan is a book boyfriend for me, but he's very grumpy. He's very rude, okay? Like, he really just trying to get his inheritance. I mean, it's a romance, so clearly there's things that happen. But for most of the book, the man is just trying to get his inheritance. Like, he doesn't have time for anything else, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But we love it, to be honest. I loved it. So, I mean, I suggest it. And Kiana said she gave it 5 stars.
Nice.
Brooklyn also gave it 5 stars. I think Brittany may have given it 3 stars. Amy, did you read it?
Mm-mm. I haven't. It's on my list to read, but I didn't.
Who was the other person that read it? Was it Zoe that read it? Maybe Zoe might have read it, and I think Zoe might have given it like 2 or 3 stars. I gave it 4 stars because truthfully, I just found the male main character was a moron, and the female main character, she was very sunshiny, but a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Coming from a sunshiny person. So, but I gave it 4 stars, and I gave Terms and Condition 5 stars. And I don't know what I'm gonna give Final Offer because I'm not even halfway through that one yet, and I'm just annoyed. Kiana said probably thinks it's closer to 4.5, but it was a good time. I mean, they know that he has issues. Like, it is mentioned in the first 2 books that Cal is a drug addict and an alcoholic, but it's like everyone around him just ignores it in the first 2 books. Like, it, you know what I mean? It's like everybody's like, oh well, that's just Cal. He's just drunk. It's like Cal is just a drunk uncle that comes to family reunion and everyone just expects him to be drunk so no one does anything. Mm-hmm. And then you get to Final Offer and it's like such a problem that like there's a part in the book, this is not really a spoiler, but there's like a part in the book where he's like going through things in the attic at this house, because the premise of Final Offer is his part of the inheritance. This is not a spoiler because they explain the inheritance in the first
beginning
of the first book. Come in, Ari. And so Cal's part of the inheritance is that he has to go back to this small town that they used to go to during the summertime, and he has to essentially make amends with Alana, who's like his childhood sweetheart, who he abandoned or something. It's very weird. It's a second chance romance book, okay? And he has to go back because his grandfather left their summer home to both of them. So Alana can't stay in the house, but Cal wants to sell the house, but they really can't do anything with the house unless they both agree to it. That's the whole point. You see, second chance romance. Grandpa from the grave is like, get back together. That's basically what's happening. So he goes to the house not knowing that Alana is there. And then she's like, well, this house was left to me. Then he goes to the lawyer, and the lawyers were like, well, actually, the house was left to both of you. So figure it out. Have fun. Whatever, like that. He wants to sell the house. She doesn't. He goes into the attic to, like, go through things. And there's a whole part where he starts, like, destroying things in the attic in, like, a drunken rage. Ooh. And then it's, like, so drunk that he can't walk anywhere. And then she's like, if you ever drink in my house again, you're not welcome back here or something. And I was like, what is happening? Because no one saw this man this drunk in the other 2 books. So I'm confused as to what's going on. So I think they know that he has the issues. It's just like they don't acknowledge it. Kind of reminds me of my family, to be honest. Like they're just like, well, that's just who they are. Eccentric cow, drunk all the time. But the man literally carries a flask in his pocket. Like every 5 minutes, he's talking about, I turned my back so I could take a swig from my flask. Like, sir, calm down. Like, are you also carrying a bottle of whiskey on you? Because I'm wondering how you're keeping this flask so full all the time. Hello, E. Harris. Come in. Are you supposed to be in bed, bro? Did you eat your Uncrustable?
Yes. My dad, I accidentally left the last of my purple Uncrustable it's inside and it's covered up by the strawberry.
Okay.
Uncrustables.
That's fine.
Potato chips.
No, you cannot have the rest of my potato chips. There's like half a bag still. Bro, it is way past bedtime. It's almost an hour past bedtime. It's bedtime. Good night. Love you so much. Go to bed, please. I will be there in a moment to tuck you in. Do you want to say goodnight to this prince?
Said you were going to let me say hello if it was before.
Well, Nell and Amy are here. Do you want to say hello to Nell and Amy?
Those are the only people?
Yes, they're the only people. Brittany had to go to the doctor the other day, so Brittany's not doing sprints for a little while because she's recovering at home. She's fine, but okay, are you going to come say hello or are you just going to bed?
I'm going to say hello.
Okay.
Can you please wake me up because I want to.
No. You can come say hello, though, and then you can go lay down. Or you can mean mug me. That's fine. Do you want to start another sprint? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, well, come say hello first. Because Courtney said hello to you right here. She said, hi, Ari. Well, look. She said, hi, Ari.
Well, there she is.
Hello.
Hello.
Nell said hi and good night, Ari.
I'm saying nothing. I just can't say nothing.
You're not saying anything. Okay, great.
What? I'm not saying nothing.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, do you want to start a new sprint?
You're doing a new sprint right now?
Well, yeah, I have to come tuck you in, so I can't just leave people to their own devices. That would be
How are you going to drink this?
probably later. Leave it alone.
Bring it to the park with us tomorrow because it's going to be brain fresh.
Okay, Ari.
Because it's going to be brain fresh.
E. Harris,
Fine,
you did not tell me you finished Verity. Give it 4 stars. We love to see it. I don't expect everyone to give it 5 stars. I mean, did I give it 5 stars? I did. Yes, I did. But I don't expect everyone to. Actually,
we are on.
No. Ari, put it up. No. Okay, remove it. My God. Because so here's the thing. I watched someone review Verity and she gave it 1 star, which like literally killed me. Okay, hold on. But I think the reason is because she did not enjoy the book at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like she did not understand why people liked this book. Truly, I just liked the toxicity and the terribleness.
Can I have the rest?
Probably not. Stop asking. Elise said hello to you as well. Elise said, Ari! You're not going to say hello?
Hello.
No one can see you. Also, stop pulling your face like that. Elise said hello to you.
Hello.
Any of the other parents already struggling this summer break? I've been struggling all summer long. Stop. As you can see, school starts again on like the 3rd of August, and I'm counting down the days. Here we are. Then I could be like, whoa. If I'm certifiably insane by the end of the summer,
Pull my
stop.
cheeks out.
Camilla gave Verity 5 stars.
I'm gonna read it in November, so hopefully I like it.
And Nell, I need you to like live
Mother.
DM me. I need you to be like, hey girl, I'm reading this book.
Mom,
Yeah, and E. Harris is very stingy with 5-star ratings, unlike me.
Mom, you said I was going back to school next year.
Next month.
No,
In a month and a few weeks. Ari.
No, you said that I was going next year to first grade.
Yes, next school year. I mean, I have really been good about not just handing out 5 stars in 2023. 2022, I looked back at all the books that I read and probably maybe like 50 of them.
Mom,
I read 100 books
last
over.
With you since you
I read.
have work.
No, you're going to bed. I read 111 books last year.
I need tomorrow. I need in the morning.
Okay, yes, as long as I'm here at 6:30 in the morning. Okay. I'll think. Probably like less than half of those books actually deserve a 5-star. But did I give like at least 75 of them 5 stars? Yeah. Did they deserve 5 stars?
There's 4
I can think of at least 20 that got 5 stars, and I'm like, those were not 5-star books.
That's why I said.
Yes, we love toxicity.
Stop. You're hurting my cheek.
I'm already tired of this at this Okay, stop.
Well, I had to pack up my entire classroom because I have to move next door. I am sick of books at this point, and I never thought I would say that. So,
are you good?
My principal, though, did buy me a bottle of Malibu.
Nice.
Nothing for you.
I was like, you know what? You're okay.
That's awesome.
It's a drink?
Yes, not for
I
you.
won't drink it.
You're not going to drink Malibu at 6 years old. We still have one more competition.
Like, if I was tall but a 6-year-old, I would be having to do whatever I want.
It tastes like black licorice and dirt, Ari. You wouldn't like it.
It does.
Yeah.
So then I would be able to do whatever I want, and I would be able to do this.
What are you doing? So confused. Ari, this is not even chaotic. This was not even a chaotic stream until you enter the chat.
You said I was going to be 6-year-old and first grade. And how am I going to be 6-year-old in first grade when I'm going to be 7 instead of 6?
Ari, you'll start first grade as 6-year-old, and then by the end of first grade, you'll be 7. That's how that works.
Well, then you are inviting a lot of my friends to my birthday party.
Oh, I am, huh? Oh, you got money for that? Because they're definitely not coming to this house. Absolutely not.
I go up there. One person can
How about this?
with me.
How about this? If you get your dad to agree to that, I will throw a birthday party at this house with all your friends. But I guarantee you won't get your dad to agree. Because your dad does not like other people's children that much.
Throw a party with nobody here if he says no. And I'm not asking.
Well, but I guess you ain't getting a party.
You're doing a party?
Kiana still has a competition and a recital. She does this to me all the time. I just, either I ignore it or I start singing Mother Knows Best from Tangled, because the one thing that annoys me the most is when she calls me mother. Like, it literally makes me cringe. Stop.
Mother.
I don't know what this is. Oh, 111 books. Yes, I think I read like 111 books last year. Because that's why I upped my...
Wait, why is there 3 ones?
Orange. That's why I bumped my...
Rapunzel knows best. Such a dream, but...
215 this year. Because I was like, obviously you hit the goal of... I just... I just feel like okay, all right.
No.
Thank you for that. I just feel like I'll just keep increasing it until I can't hit it anymore, and then that's just where I'll stop.
Let it go.
Will I get to like breathe? Ari, enough. Stop. Will I get to Bree's level from a locked booktician whose goal is like 300 books a year? No, probably not. Been dishing out 4 stars. Yeah, I've been giving a lot of 4 stars this year, actually. And also, I've been really utilizing my 0.25s. So, like, a lot of them are getting like 4.5, 4.25. Like, because, stop. No, stop. Stop. Thank you. God.
Stop mode.
Put myself in a psych ward.
You can talk and then you won't have to
Sorry. His dad's laughing, cackling about something out there. I don't know what he's cackling about.
I'm not going to see what he's cackling about, then I'm coming back in here.
No, you go see what he's cackling about and then go lay down in your bed. I'll be there in a minute. Go. Love you so much. Good night. Shut my door. Good night, Matilda. I'll seriously be like, meh, 4 stars. I do the same thing. Ari, stop.
Okay, I'm always like, well, this is more than a 3 stars, but I don't think it's a 5 star. So it's a 4 star.
Mm-hmm.
I think the more you get into BookTube, the more critical your ratings become. Yeah, because when I first started BookTube, I was like, I don't give anything lower. Good night, Ari. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go. Go see what he's cackling about and then go lay down. Go. See. God. He thought summer was. I should have found her. Next year, I'm finding her summer activities, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like, she needs to be tired out before she comes out of my house. Yeah, when I first started BookTube, the lowest rating I was giving was a 3 star. Like, I wasn't even allowing myself to give 2-in-1s because I felt like that was. I had this like mindset or mentality that like I was like, well, what if an author reads my review? But then when I started following, no, bro, because you're driving me nuts. Go. Here, take these. Go lay down. Go. Don't start, or there will be no park tomorrow. Here. Do not start. Go. Fine. Go potty and go lay down. Okay, then go lay down.
My butt is itched.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with the internet. Go. Ari.
Don't look at me.
Anyway, what was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, I was worried about that. And then I started following like more critical booktubers. Like there's a girl named, I think her name is Rachel. Her name's Rachel. She does like the authors behaving badly segment on her channel. And she talks about how like reviews are for readers, not for authors. That's true. Okay. So like if you're an author, I would suggest just don't read all of the reviews. You know what I mean? It's like reading hate comments. Like just don't do it.
Right.
So then
most authors understand that.
Right. So like this year I was like, you know what? We're just going to rate things the way we truly feel, because to be honest with you, all good people here, if I was being honest, a 3 star for me. That was okay. That book should have been a 1 star. And I know that people liked it. Reni read it this year and she gave it, I think, 4 or 5 stars. We're still friends, but I'm just gonna have to disagree. I hated the book. Like and again, it really could be because like I do have a bias around the fact that they have plagiarized in the past. So I felt like the easy route was just to be like, let me take this high profile case that everyone knows about and just rip it off, but then call it original work. ma'am, just because you changed some details around and like added some things, that does not make it an original. Never mind. I did I'm like, did I moderately enjoy the ride? 4 stars. Right. Ari and my son would get along. He likes to tell people he likes beer. Yeah, she is convinced that she likes whiskey.
Oh my gosh.
She's never had whiskey a day in her life. And I'm like, this is alcohol, bro. You don't like this. I do. My dad likes whiskey, so I like whiskey. No. That's not how that works. She used a water bottle and said it was wine.
Oh my gosh.
These kids out here be trifling, bro. Like someone come get these kids. I'm just saying. Like what? I don't understand. I could not here's the thing. Ari goes to such a bougie school. Like I could not imagine the phone call I would get if they were like, Ari's walking around saying that she's drinking wine. Cool.
Well, teachers are mandatory reporters. So technically, if we hear a kid talking about drinking wine and beer, we're supposed to report that.
Not tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Why?
Yeah, because I did get a call after Ari went to school and told everyone that she had 2 moms. That was interesting to explain.
Why did you get a call for that?
Yeah.
Because it caused some kind of a fight between her and another student. Where the like, you can't have 2 moms.
Oh.
It was that type of thing.
So it was more of a like just a heads up.
Like,
she might.
And I was like, not exactly, okay. So I had to like try to explain it as best I could without like giving everyone's personal information, and they were like, "Oh, okay," because like Mariah, and Miss Reni and Eva are both listed as her like emergency contacts, but I have them just listed as like adults in the home. You see what I'm saying? So they were like confused. I will come put it on when I come in there. Go.
No, because I'm gonna have to lay down, and if I lay down, there's gonna be knots in my hair. So you're gonna have to put it on now, so I don't get knots in my hair while I'm laying down.
Who are you talking to? You say, "Mom, will you please put my bonnet on?"
Mom, can you please put my bonnet on?
I'm sending you to your grandma's house. Let's go. That 50 hold is sounding better and better each day. House? To be honest with you.
You mean Grandma Nancy's house?
I mean, whichever grandma will take you at this point.
Mom, you said that you were going to take me to Grandma Nancy's.
Well, she's the closest grandma.
No, she's not.
Who is then? You want to go to Granny's?
Who's Granny? I don't remember.
Mariah's mom. You can go to Granny's house. You just got to go talk to Mariah and see if she can take you.
She's going to have to take me?
Yeah. Go to bed. Go to bed. Do not go wake up Mariah. She's sleeping. She has work at 6 in the morning. Good night.
No, she's not sleeping. She's talking to Daddy. But
downstairs or in the room?
In the room.
Yeah, because she's trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, but they're not talking anymore. Daddy is getting something out of Rye's car, and then he's coming back up here in his room, and I don't think, and I'm pretty sure she's playing on her phone.
I'm pretty sure she's trying to go to sleep because it's at 9 o'clock and she has work at 6. Good night.
When is 6?
In a few hours. Now go to bed. Good night. Good night. Love you so much. We all need a support group being personally victimized by our children. I will join this support group. Apparently, even 4-star reviews piss off authors now. Yeah. My thing is, like, okay, so obviously I'm not an author. I do write, like, creative writing stuff. Will I ever publish it? No. Y'all don't want to read it, okay? It would really need an editor. Okay, I'm just saying. But my thing is, like, if you are going to put yourself out there to read the reviews aren't really meant for you.
Yeah, like you made a choice.
Right. And a lot of authors, especially like Kindle Unlimited authors, will put in the backs of their books like, please review my book or whatever like that. Like a lot of the books I read off Kindle Unlimited, the last like 2 pages will be them asking to please leave a review on Amazon or wherever like that because it boosts their book. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But a lot of them don't read Geneva Rose is one that like a lot of people go after, but I'm like, but she literally will say the only two people she's ever called out were people that were like actually harassing her,
emailed her and harassed
like
her.
were actually being like vicious to her, and then tried to spin it like, oh, she read my review and then got upset because I didn't like her book.
Right.
Which is
no,
not
you emailed it to her 5 times.
Like, right. So like clearly you just shoved your shitty review under her nose, because Geneva Rose will say that she really doesn't read reviews of her books unless she's tagged in them. And most people are not
to do that.
stupid enough to tag an author in anything lower than a 4-star review. I personally, what?
Guys, it's getting me out of the house.
What? What are you talking about?
Dad said he was getting me out of the house.
Getting you out of the house?
He said, we have to get you out of the house. And then I said, who? And then he said, you.
What?
And I said, me? And he said, yeah, you.
He probably means we need to like take you to the park or something. If you can be good tomorrow, I'll take you to the park. Go to bed.
Because he doesn't.
I will talk to your dad about what he's talking about, because now I'm confused. Please go to bed. Please, for the love of all that is holy, go to bed. Good night, Ari.
Tell me. Just tell him.
I'll find out. Go to bed, please.
I mean, after you took the thing.
Yes, go. Go say your prayers and go to bed. My God. Good night. Love you so much. I'm pretty sure what he means is like, we need to take you out of the house, not like
we're gonna kick you out.
Move her from the house. I'm so but my thing is, like, I personally have never tagged an author in anything lower than like anything that's not a 5-star review, even if it's an arc. Because some people think that it's okay to tag an author if it's an arc. I'm not. If you give it a low rating, I'm not gonna do that, because that's weird.
I will make a post where I tag the author, where I just talk about what I liked, like,
right.
No, this is for this kind of person, like, and I don't give a star rating, because
I've done like what are those? The book tours, like on Instagram, where you like post a graphic that has their book in it, and then underneath in the description you write like the synopsis, and then you write about like what you're excited for. So like a lot of times I will choose, and I will tell the authors, like, if you're doing a book tour, I would prefer to not do a book tour after I've read the book. So like I prefer to do the book tour and then read the book, because then I can put the things that I'm excited for from the book synopsis or whatever I've been told about the book, and be like, I'm excited for blah, 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 tag the author. And then I can read the book and do a dedicated review of that later on, where I do not tag the author. Like, I'm not going to tag the author if it's not a 5-star. I will say, like, thank you to the author and the publisher for this advanced reader's copy, but like, I'm not going to tag you if it's a 4-star review, because you're really looking for us to boost your 5 stars. You know what I mean? Which I think is why I just gave up writing reviews. I should get back to doing it because people like want them. People keep asking me for them, but I'm just like, the problem is, like, when I write reviews, it's very much like, I really loved this about this book. It was so adventurous. It was a great time. 5 stars. I highly recommend. And then I give you like my spice rating, if that's applicable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all you're going to get from me.
The thing that I don't like is when people give a 1-star or 2-star and then they give no explanation for it. Yeah. Like, if you're going to give a book less than 3 stars, you have to have an explanation.
You have to tell me why, because otherwise it just looks like you're giving a crap review because like you didn't like something the author did, or like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if I choose to write a review for a book which I don't usually, but if I choose to write a book for a review for a book I gave lower than 3 stars, I will be like, these are the things that I liked about this book, but the things I didn't like was A, B, C, and D, and also it overrode the things that I did like. So if you like these things that I didn't like, it would probably be a book for you. But if you know what I'm saying? Like, I just,
That's why anytime I talk about a book, like if I'm
me.
saying that I like it, I'll explain like why I like it, because the things that I like about it might not be something that you're interested in. Or even if I dislike a book, it's like I don't like it because of these reasons, but you might love that stuff, so like you might like it.
Right. So like, for instance, I don't like the pregnancy trope. That was one thing about which this isn't really a spoiler, because you'd have to like read it to understand where it even comes in. But in the fine print, there is technically a pregnancy trope in that book. Like, there's, you know what I'm saying? But because of the way that they did it, it didn't bother me because it's not like a main plot point of the book. But I also am not a person, I don't usually love an epilogue in a romance. Because why do I need to know what happens 5 years later when I'm under the impression that they probably got married, had 4.5 children, have a dog and a picket fence? Like, I don't need you to spell that out for me. You know, especially if it has like a good solid ending and then you give me an epilogue for that's 5 years in the future. I do not care. I do not care. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. I will read it though because it's part of the book. And there might be something crucial in there that I need, especially if it's part of like a series. Like, there might be something in that epilogue that I need for the next book, like to flow correctly. But like, I don't love it. I don't love it. Yeah, she thinks that she likes whiskey. I barely like whiskey, so I doubt it. I'll get you some. Go lay down.
I'm not just laying down with no underwear or bugs with right up.
Ari! Yeah, we haven't seen each other. You know what I mean? That's what happened. I only drink when I'm on vacation. Fair. Authors need to get over themselves. Also fair. I'm just to a point where I'm like, you put this book out into the world. So like, some people are gonna love it, some people are gonna not love it at all. Like, I just feel, I mean, it's like when I post a YouTube video. Some people are gonna like the YouTube video, but if somebody, I mean, obviously not like a blatant, like, I've never gotten like a blatant hate comment. Well, that's not true. When I first started doing sprints, someone went and watched a 6-hour live stream, like a 6-hour sprint stream, and they had to have watched the entire thing because there was a thing like right in the middle. I think I had been sprinting at this point for like 3 months or something. Like, I had a pretty like decent following of like a consistent like 5 people that would come into the comments. And we were talking about something in that live stream that had to do with polyamory. And someone that is not actually subscribed to my channel, so there's that, commented after the live stream had posted as a replay and was like, no one gives a shit about your personal life.
Oh.
Okay. You watched a whole 6-hour live stream. Which, I mean, I rewatch people's sprints all the time, but almost never do I watch the talking parts. Like, I will get to the first sprint and I'll read for the 30, 45 hour, whatever. I'll read for the sprint and then I'll like use the talking parts on the replay to like get up and like go to the bathroom.
Do something else. Yeah.
I don't listen to them talk in a replay. So like, why did you bother? You know what I mean? But like, when I post a YouTube video, I have to know that not everyone is going to enjoy every piece of content that I upload, but like, also, I don't care if you enjoyed it or not because I liked making it. So as authors, I feel like if you liked your book enough to publish it, you can't be upset if not everyone likes your book. I just feel like it's a weird flex. And also, these like Instagram authors that like got big off of TikTok and stuff, you know what I mean? That like are not mainstream authors. I'm not talking about mainstream authors, but like these like social media authors that blew up that way. And then you have the audacity to like make 15 stories about how one person gave your book 4 stars and oh my God, it tanked your rating. You're kidding me, right?
That's
okay. ML, I would gladly send her to you at this point in time. I'm trying to write this thriller, and I'd be surprised if anyone gives it above a 3. Listen, Chris, I will read it. Okay,
I want to read it.
I will be an ARC reader. I will do whatever you need. Actually, I did get a book from my friend who is publishing. She's publishing like a nonfiction book. And I am like a beta reader for it.
Nice.
It's great. And like, do I know anything about marriage? No, I don't. But like, this is about marriage. It's like the whole book is about like marriage and motherhood. You know what I mean?
You are a mother, so
I am a mother, but I know nothing about marriage. And like, I'm in a part where she's talking about marriage, and I'm just like,
maybe you'll learn something.
I'm just like agreeing with everything she said because I know nothing about marriage. I don't even want others to interact with me if I'm giving their book a glowing review. Don't notice me, do not perceive me. Yeah, I've had a couple of authors.
I love it when authors interact with me. I think it's so cool.
I don't mind if they interact with me if I've given their books a decent rating. But if you've gone through my feed and you've noticed, like, Allie Hazelwood commented on a post that I did, and I deleted the comment. I'm not gonna lie to you, because here's the thing. So I read The Love Hypothesis last year. I hated it. Okay, I gave that 3 stars. I gave that book 3 stars, and honestly, for me, that was generous. It was a generous 3 stars because I did not.
I can't imagine giving a book I hate 3 stars.
Because last year I was not giving 1 and 2 star ratings.
Yeah.
So a 3 star was like bottom of the barrel for me in 2020.
Yeah. I don't finish most books that I'm hating, so I don't post about them.
I only finished it because I was buddy reading it with my friend Kristen, and she was like, there was a whole hashtag. If I can find it, I'll share it at some point. But like, there was a whole hashtag that she like created that was like hashtag getting Neva to love romance or something like that. Because like, your girl was not in her romance era. I did not give a shit about no contemporary romance. Like, dark romance, cool, but like, I did not need no fluffy, lovey-dovey. No. So she was like, let's read The Love Hypothesis, and I was like, okay. I did not.
Do you think it would be different if you read it now in your romance?
No. And here's the only reason I say it. I think now I would actually give it a 3 star because like objectively it's not a bad book. So like that's why I never actually changed the rating, because as a person who's now in her romance era, you know what I mean? I think that I would still give it a 3 star because it still wasn't a great book. But the reason I think that is because I did read one of her novellas, Under One Roof, I think, for rom-comathon last year, and I was in my romance era when I read that, and I still gave that one 3 stars. Like, I still was just like, this is not, I don't care. Also, like, this smut is not great. Plus, like, why are we talking about how gigantic this man is? Like, why are all of the people in her books, like, the women are waifs that are like 4'10" and 100 pounds, and the men are like 6'5", 350-pound muscly dudes, like, with like the largest members we've ever seen, apparently, that apparently just split people. Like, I'm just confused. Like, the way that Allie Hazelwood describes her male characters is like they would split these women in half. Like, there's no way that's enjoyable. Like, I'm confused. You know what I mean? So I feel like me and Allie just don't get along. But she like commented on a post I made about The Love Hypothesis, and it was not like a glowing review. And she was like, thank you for taking the time to read it. And I just deleted her comment because I was like, ma'am, no. Okay. No. Because I couldn't have that on my conscience. I could not. But like Elizabeth Helen, who wrote this series, they're 2 authors that write together. I think they might be like sisters or something. I'm not really sure. Like, they interact with my stories and stuff if I tag them in my stories. Like, that's cool because like I gave the first book 5 stars. So. Yeah. They felt bad enough to comment, right? And I was like, okay, but like clearly, whatever I said, I don't even know what I said, but whatever I said was obviously not meant for you to re-listen to it anyway. Does it have Martha Stewart in it? Oh, her thriller. If it has Martha Stewart in it, I'm definitely reading it. Let me get this first draft written, and then I'll slide in y'all's DMs trying to get y'all to read it. I will read it. No, but that's not a bad idea. I don't know if anyone else was on these sprints, but I remember there was like a whole sprint where we talked about how hot Martha Stewart is. For how old she is. It was like a whole thing. And then we talked about like her and Snoop Dogg. It was
I was there for that.
Amy might have been there for that. That might have been the sprint where everybody Googled shit that they shouldn't have Googled. That might have all been the same.
I don't know if that was the same or not. But I remember the whole Snoop Dogg conversation.
Oh yeah, I gave Tender as the Flesh 3 stars, but that's only because it's a BIPOC author. That's literally the only reason.
I have no interest in it.
I don't have any desire to read that book at all.
It was like just so boring.
Book?
It was boring. Isn't it about cannibalism?
Yeah, but it was boring.
She was like, cannibalism.
It's supposed to be so like they live in a world or like in a society where it is now legal to eat people. But the story is told like, think like, you know those videos on YouTube where it's like a day in my life vlog? That's kind of like what it was. And I'm like, your life is boring, bro. Like, I don't care.
All you do is eat people. And it's not even...
He wasn't even doing that. Like, he would like go to work and he would like give tours and then he like went to his sister's house. Like, he wasn't doing anything. It was so boring.
Wow. How do you take a concept like society says that we have a purge where you can just eat people, and then you're like, but this is a day in my life?
Yeah. That's basically what it was. It was us just following him around when he does whatever it is he does every day, but he wasn't really doing anything interesting. The ending is like kind of interesting, but it's like the fact that you have to get to the end of the book for the book to be interesting is not okay.
Right. Also, Brittany says hello to us.
Hi.
We miss you, Brittany. Feel better? For anyone who doesn't know, Brittany had to have a I don't know if it's a minor, but she had to go to the hospital last week and had to have like a surgery. So she's down. So she's hoping to be back in time for the 24-hour sprints next weekend. But we're playing it by ear. Oh, and if anyone didn't know, we have 24-hour sprints next weekend, but it's going to be split up between me and 5 other people. So you don't have to just look at my mug and me falling asleep all night. You're welcome for that. You're welcome. I will be on everyone's sprints though. Like I will pop in, you know what I mean, and hang out. But 2 stars based on level of enjoyment.
Right. Agree. The concept was great, but the book itself, the execution just missed by a mile.
Yikes. Allie Hazelwood, yeah, you won't ever catch me reading that silly Heaven's books. Listen, I wanted to try because everyone, here's the thing, like all the romance girlies like love Allie Hazelwood, and I don't get the hype, to be honest. Like I just don't, and like that's fine, like if you like her, I just don't understand the hype. But also like it's kind of like with Colleen Hoover, who by the way is not a romance author, but that's not the point. But Colleen Hoover, like I understand why people don't like her, but I also kind of understand the hype, like because I like Colleen Hoover because of how toxic her stories are. To be honest, my level of enjoyment of Colleen Hoover is literally off of the toxicity of the book. So I don't know what that says about me, but that's fine. Now I was getting hungry. Kiana said she's taking Tender as a Flesh off her TBR.
I mean, there are people that love it. Don't get me wrong. There are people that love it. I know some people gave it like 5 stars, and I'm just like, why?
She's like, did we read the same book?
Yeah, I was literally watching. Gabby Reeds had posted a video like recently where she went back. Maybe it wasn't that video. Maybe it was a different video. But it's some video that she talked about that was like one of her like favorite books or whatever. And I'm just like, why? And even Books of Lala did a video where she was like reading horrors or whatever. And one of the books that she read was like written by the same author that wrote Tender as the Flesh, or maybe it was a recommendation by the author that wrote Tender as the Flesh or something like that. And she said that she really liked it. I'm just like, is it me? Like, am I missing something? Am I the problem?
Here's the thing. I do find, though, this is going to sound crazy, but I do find, like, the really big booktubers. So, like, Kayla from Books and Lala, like, I don't vibe with almost anything she reads. It's like that with Katie also. Like, I don't really vibe with most of what Katie reads. And, like, a lot of times I don't watch, like, I watched a couple of them, but in, like, recent, I tend to only watch Katie's vlogs just because, like, when she does the books she didn't like for the month or whatever, I'm like, I liked literally every book you're talking about. And then I just get annoyed. So I just
but then you can take like the books that she doesn't like that you haven't read. You can be like, okay, so those are the ones that I'm putting on my TBR.
I'm not gonna lie, I do watch the books she loved ones. I do watch those because I will take them right off my TBR because I'm like, if you like this one, I probably am not going to because we like our taste in books. It doesn't vibe at all.
She's like your book villain,
right? She is the person I use to take books off, but also add books on. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. Mm-hmm. Isn't the juxtaposition the point? I haven't read it, but it's on my TBR.
Juxtaposition of what?
For Tender as the Flesh. Like where
how boring it is?
Like how boring it is.
I don't know, maybe that's why I hated it. I don't know.
No, if so, I missed that.
Yeah, 100% missed that.
Yeah, Harris.
Well, if you like slice of life, then that it might be for you.
If you like following a person like through their like day-to-day activities, then like go for it. But this story just could have been so much bigger, so much better. Like you said, this concept of them living in a society where it is now legal to eat humans. And what made it even better was that there was like a government conspiracy, like side piece to it, where they were trying to say that the government did something to the animals so that they were no longer edible, so that you couldn't eat them, so that they would have to start using people as meat as a form of population control. I was all in for that. The book did not.
I'm all in for like the premise of the book sounds so good, but then like I've heard such bad things about it that I'm like, never mind.
That's what I said. The concept was great. The execution was trash.
Chris said it was so boring, and I feel like the author doesn't trust readers to be smart enough to figure out what she's trying to say. Which, like, that's how you write a book, bro. Like, I just feel like who was the book meant for then? If you don't think that your readers are gonna be able to pick up on what you're putting down, you know what I mean? Because I feel like this is a Black author, right?
I think they might be Hispanic, maybe.
Okay, well, I mean, regardless, like it's an author of color. It's a POC, right? So, in my opinion, like POC, like horror is always different than like white horror. You know what I mean? Like POC horror is different than like Stephen King horror. Like Stephen King is horrific because of like all of the horrible things that he puts into your brain. You know what I mean? POC horror tends to be horrific just based off of the person in the the person writing the book is POC. you see what I'm saying? So like I feel like if you're writing a horror book as a POC, it's meant for other POC people to read it. Like it's meant for POC readers. Like we're smart enough to put together why the book is horrific. You mean kind of like with what was that one that came out last year, Jackal? I know a couple of people that read that book that are not Black that were like it wasn't really that horrific to me. And I'm like,
because you don't get it.
And I'm just like, maybe we should research Black experience and then reread it, because that book was horrifying to me. I know a lot of people didn't like it. I really did like it, but I know that there were a lot like Black creators that did not appreciate the book. I gave it 5 stars, and I was horrified. To be honest, I was scared. I was horrified.
She was born in Buenos Aires. The author.
Okay. Thank you for looking that up. We appreciate Amy. She be doing all the Googling behind the scenes.
Yeah, sometimes too much Googling.
She does Googling that's important, and her lesson on Googling things when I say do not Google this. Okay. Lacey said she never had Tinder in the flesh in the TBR.
Yeah.
Brittany, this is about the 24-hour sprints because she's determined to come back. Because when she told me that she was like in the hospital and stuff, I messaged her and I was like, do you want me to like find someone else to do your chunk? Do you want me to do your chunk? She was like, no, leave me on. I was like, okay, no, because like I am not trying to put people out for the 24-hour sprints. I mean, the fact that the author managed to make cannibalism boring AF is baffling. Like, how do you? Here's what I'm comparing this to in my brain is like if we had everyone remembers like the Purge movies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those were terrifying. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, like terrifying. Okay, I do not watch them to this day, but it would be like if you took so basically what she did was she took this author took the premise of the Purge, just made it cannibalism, and then made it boring.
Basically. It just had so much potential. I did a whole reading vlog on this. So if anybody's interested, you can go watch it on my channel. But I even say in that video that I think the way the author can like redeem herself from this is if they were to make more books and like make it a series, make more books and have each book be from a different person's perspective. So like the first, like Tenders the Flesh is from the perspective of a guy who works in the factory that butchers the meat. Like they take the people live and like kill them, chop them up, skin them, do all the stuff. So like it will be nice to get a perspective from maybe like, you know, someone who's younger, who's like in school. Because like obviously this is like a relatively new thing. So somebody that's his age, like the main character in Tenders the Flesh, to him this is like weird. Like this is not what we do. Like this feels wrong. It's inhumane. But like a child who's born into this world thinks that this is totally normal. So like it will be interesting to get like, their perspective on like them being like, oh yeah, this is just what we do. Like, yeah, they're food. Like, okay. Or getting the perspective of like a teacher who understands that this is not normal, but has to teach kids that this is now normal. You know what I mean? Like just getting different perspectives. I think would be cool.
I feel like what this author did was she took like the pandemic and then just twisted it. Because like for instance, like obviously for like us, right, when we first started having to wear masks, like this wasn't a normal thing. Like it was scary. It was what it is. To this day, Ari will ask me if she has to wear a mask when we leave the house, because to her wearing a mask has been normal because she started having to wear a mask when she was 2 years old. So like 3 years old. So to her, like half her life she was wearing masks because really like I've really only made her or let her, I guess, stop wearing a mask since like the beginning of 2023. Like we were still wearing masks to certain places. Obviously we have to wear one to the doctor still, which like I feel like we should have always been wearing masks. What do I know? And like she and I will still like wear masks if we go like to the nail salon, just because like I breathe better with a mask on at the nail salon. Like literally. But like when we go to Walmart, like I don't make her wear a mask unless she wants to. She always has access to one. Like I always have one in my bag or whatever. But like to her, that's normal. To us, you and me, we saw how rageful grown adults are. Masks, my God. So Elise's never put it on her TBR. They gave it 5 stars because they dream of eating people. I mean, it could be. It gave me We Get It your vibes. Like super free. Olivia is the only big booktuber whose tastes align with mine. So I'm trying to think, because like I will read pretty much everything that Brie from Lock Booktition reads. Like if she says that it's good, like I'll at least try it. To be honest. Katie and I for a while our taste vibed, and then I don't know what happened in 2023, but it just like went off the deep end. Like it just stopped aligning. I don't know if Rye is considered, I don't know what's considered like a big YouTuber. I don't know what that is. Like I don't know like what the bracket for that is, but like for YouTubers that are bigger than me, like Rye and I have pretty similar taste in books. Like if Rye doesn't like a book, I'm not going to read it. So that one, what was that book from last year? It was a horror book, but it had to do with, it was like, it has like an orange cover with a Ferris wheel on it, and it had to do with like a
hide.
That one. So I borrowed that one from the library, and then, or like I put it on hold, and then Rye read it and said she didn't like it. So I took my hold off.
I heard that Hyde wasn't good.
Yeah, because it wasn't good. But I will, like, if Rye says, like, oh, I don't like this book, like, I'm not going to read it. When it comes to fantasy, though, Cassidy from Covers with Cassidy, I basically take all of her recommendations. You know? So I think it just depends. I do that if someone has opposite tastes, I read what they hate because I'm the opposite of some. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I was here earlier, but I went to go watch a movie with my sister, but now I'm back. Welcome back. The concept is so cool. Didn't like the execution. I like books and laws content, but her Rex screwed me over 2 times too many. Bombastic.
Agree.
Yes.
Like, that's very specific. 2 times. It happened twice.
Right. 2 times. First time, shame on you. Or shame on you. Second time, shame on me. There ain't no I like her content also, which is why I'm still subscribed. Because I can like someone's content and not vibe.
Oh yeah, there's a booktuber. I forget what her name is. It's like Carmen something. And I watch her videos. I love her videos, but like I know that her reviews of books are so skewed compared to like my taste. So she'll be like, "Oh, I love this book," and I'm like, "That book was ass." Or she'll be like, "Oh, I didn't like this book." I'm just like, "That book was fantastic." Like, this girl is crazy, but I still watch her videos.
I don't remember. I think her name is Jess. She didn't like Legendborn. And I was like, clear, like, I love your content, but clearly we will never have the same taste of books. That's fine. Argentinian, the author, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I did not get the ending, but it does help for sure to do a little reading on culture when you read books like Jackal or Pinata. Yeah. Yeah. I like The Purge, but I could never figure out why, if all crime was legal, more people weren't committing fraud or. What's crime saying? Like, if all
why they go for the big stuff?
Like, all crime is legal, which, like, I understand that means you can murder people, but like,
why is that the first place to go?
Like, there's probably some people that I would want to do that. You know what I mean? Cool, but like, I would also be like, I don't know, robbing a bank, because once I steal the money, it's mine, right? Because the crime was legal, so you can't arrest me for it after the 24 hours. Like, why are we not getting rich here? Like, I'm confused. You all just are worried about like the murdery part.
But then, is keeping the money that you've stolen like the next day, is that then a crime? Because then you're in possession of stolen property. So then technically I feel like in order to arrest you for it, you would have to do it, like, you would have to actually steal the money at a time when it wasn't legal. And since it was legal at the time that you stole it, like, can you really get in trouble for it since it wasn't illegal yet? Like, it wasn't illegal. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is like, I feel like if there was that much gray area, I feel like what it is like the government was like, if we allow all crime to be legal, then everyone's just going to murder everyone else. That's all they're going to care about. Because I feel like otherwise, like, you'd somehow be able to, like, somebody could go back and be like, oh, well, they killed so-and-so after the fact. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because, like, if there was that much gray area, like, what if you thought you murdered someone and then they died the next day? Are you now a murderer? Or are they going to say you attempted to kill them the night before, so it is what it is? Mm-hmm. You see? There's so many flaws in The Purge, but also. You know they would, but they can't fit much in a movie. Yeah. It's for the book version. I feel like a book version of The Purge would be terrifying, but also like a good, like, it would be a good concept. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm still out here wearing a mask. I'm one of the Last of Us. Yeah. So depending on where I'm going, I will wear a mask. Like, I don't wear a mask to work, but I only work with like 2 people. So like, if you cough on me and I get COVID, then I'll just stay home. You know what I mean? But like, so we think that at this point, everyone in the house except the kids have had COVID. So Mariah had COVID. Mr. Reading when he had COVID first. Then I think I had COVID. If anyone remembers last year when I was like down and out, like sickly,
Like to the point that I was telling like Brittany and Crystal that I would do sprints with them, and then I would text them like an hour before, and I was like, I can come do sprints, but I'm literally falling asleep. Like I could not keep my eyes open for like a week and a half. We're pretty sure that I probably had COVID, but for some reason it wasn't registering on the home tests that we had.
Mm-hmm.
And when I called like the hospital, they were like, if you think it's COVID, we prefer you don't come in to the hospital, because they were still doing like the going through the back door.
Yeah, if you can still survive kind of thing.
Right. Like, can you live? Like, do you need a respirator? No, stay home. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure that I did have it, because like the symptoms aligned, but for some reason it wasn't registering on a test that I had COVID. And then Mariah got COVID like in January. So we're pretty sure everyone in the house has had COVID. But so like when all of us adults had COVID, we were all wearing masks like in the house. And like Ari would have to wear a mask when she would like come in my room, because you know she's Ari. So was she gonna? She was like, I know you have COVID, Mom, but it's fine. And I'm like, it's not. Please leave. Please go away. Like, please God. Have fun with again aliving. I'm hitting the banks, jewelry shops. That's the thing though, is like I feel like with everyone out here just like unaliving people, like that's the perfect distraction for the people that just want to steal shit. Like y'all out here just killing each other, and I'm gonna go steal some things to pawn. Like, you know what I mean? Getting on a private jet to my newly purchased private island with my stolen goods. Exactly. Yeah, Katie and I are definitely opposites. Because she liked I think she only liked the first Finley Donovan, and then after that she didn't like any of them, and she said that they were trash. And I was like,
wow,
man,
Finley Donovan is literally my heart. Okay, thank you so much. Like, Brittany and I have a Finley Vero relationship. Okay, that's our friendship. Which one of us is Finley and which one of us is Vero depends on the day, to be honest with you. But that's where it's at. So like, no ma'am. I've only agreed with Katie on 2 books, Notes on Execution and Any Man, which were both 5-star. For me, anyway. Gabby and Jesse, the YouTuber, are close to my taste, I think. Jesse, with Jesse, I do agree with them a lot of times on books that they read, but we have had a few books that like I've liked that they did not like, which I mean that happens, you know what I mean. Riley, I tend to vibe with Riley a lot. Here's the thing, the booktubers that are like pure romance, like that don't read anything but romance, I don't vibe with any of them. Like at all. Like they will like the same tropes, but like the books that they like that follow those tropes and the books that I like that follow those tropes, no. I still enjoy all those. I find it fun even when it's stuff they like, stuff I don't like. Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
E. Harris has boundaries. I don't give folks too many tries to steer me into a bad read either. I don't either, just because like if I've read 2 different books that you recommended and they were both trash, I'm good. We're friends, but just don't give me books to read. College Humor has an old sketch about questions about the purge, like if I steal a car, do I need to get then go away? And that's still fine, right? Like these are real questions that we need to know, you know. I'm done. I never watched Purge, but wasn't there crime on the other days also? I mean, there was still crime happening, but you could get in trouble for those crimes. So, but there was like, what was it, like 1 day a month or something?
I thought it was 1 day a year. I don't know. I don't remember.
I thought it was 1 day a year, but I didn't.
I don't know. There was 1 day at some point. It was 1 day at some point where you could commit any crime you wanted with no ramifications. Now it was supposedly to cut down on crime, but like there were still clearly crimes that were happening. You were just not going to have any punishment if you only did it on Purge Day. I don't give a fuck about wearing a mask anymore, but I'm vaxxed and boosted, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm also vaxxed and boosted. Ari is also vaxxed and boosted, which I actually think is why she hasn't gotten COVID. Now, did she get an ear infection the first week that B&B place? Yeah, it looks wonderful. We didn't talk about Nell's because, her Airbnb because I did pop into Courtney's Sprints for a little bit, and she was talking about it on there, so like I didn't think we needed to bring it up. But yeah, it does look very.
It is.
Fancy.
I love it.
We all gonna steal E-Harris. Ain't nobody trying to kill people, okay, on these sprints. Like, no one's like, let me go kill people. Here's the thing. I would feel bad about killing people. Even on Purge Day. Like, I would feel bad. If I steal from you, I don't do shit. First was the 21st of March, my mom's birthday. She always thought about it, and every year on her birthday would tell us what she would do. That's fair.
That's my goddaughter's birthday.
I love it's told by Kenya's lit fic Rex. As for her romance fics, apparently not so much. I just think you have to find people. Like, if Nell tells me a horror to read, I'm gonna read it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If I ever wanted to read historical fiction, like, I would go to Brittany. I don't want to read historical fiction, but like, I did want to. You know what I mean? I'm like the resident dark romance person. Everyone comes to me and is like, hey, what dark romance should I read? And then I'm like, well, how dark? How dark is too dark? I'm just wondering. But if Amy ever comes to me about dark romance tracks, I'm going to ask her if she is psychologically okay. I will not be giving recommendations other than medication. Alicia said, I refuse to watch The Purge because I already feel like I live it in real life. Why traumatize myself to the 100th power? I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
Sounds like a freaking herd of elephants out there. If there's a purge, I am a thief, because killing folks ain't profitable. I mean, all that's gonna give you is trauma, I feel like. You know what I mean? No, thank you. Okay, do we want to do a sprint? Because
like an hour and a half.
I know. Well, I mean, Ari came in here. I'm blaming Ari for the chaos. Because we were like, we talked about Fourth Wing, but I don't even feel like Fourth Wing was that chaotic. It was really just me being like, does this book get better the further we go? And then we talked about the Song of Achilles, which I was like, I'm sorry that I DNF this, but it did not get better. And then y'all were like, just read further. So I was like, okay, cool. And then Ari came in here talking about her dad's throwing her out of the house or something. I don't know. And then we got musical renditions. Like, we got like a whole, I don't know what happened, to be honest with you. But I'm blaming her for the chaos tonight. Usually I blame myself, because usually I say something that then makes people look things up or ask questions, but I haven't even been reading anything that's that crazy recently, so there's nothing to Google tonight. Sorry. 5 minutes left of the sprint, and then it was just all yeah. And Ari came in, like, because actually right before she came in here, I was like, okay, maybe we should start a sprint. And then she came in here and she started talking about I don't know what was happening.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the chat I missed before I've been on. But I've been
like
for an hour and a half.
So when you got on, I had just stopped like the 15-minute timer, because we had been talking for almost 15 minutes. But that entire conversation until you got on had been about Fourth Wing, because I was trying to figure out if I should keep like trucking through. You know what I mean? But then I saw Nell's reaction to chapter 30, whatever she's on.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, clearly I need to keep pushing through this. I just feel bad for the narrator, because the woman sounds like she has an upper respiratory infection, and you can like hear her swallowing, and like if you could hear her cough in this audio, I would not even be surprised. You sound good. Time to read because I finished my whole dinner. What did you have for dinner? I must know. To be honest, I have like chips. I should probably make like actual food. Ari ate actual food. She ate an Uncrustable. I don't want an Uncrustable. So. Okay, do we want to read?
Yes.
It's up to you. It doesn't matter.
They're like, sure. What do we want to do? Okay, we'll do 45 minutes. Just because of this comment. You know what I mean? People have eaten their whole dinner off of whatever chaos this shit was.
Is that from Chipotle? I literally have Chipotle in there for that's what I'm eating for dinner too. That's crazy if that's what she's talking about.
Listen to it at 2.5. Okay, I will bump it up to 2.5. I think what I'm listening to it at right now is, let me check my Audible. I think I'm listening to it at 2. And the thing is like, if I had known, I didn't expect it to be on Scribd. Apparently it's on Scribd.
It is.
And I didn't expect it to be on Scribd, so I pre-ordered it from Audible. It's fine. Yeah, I have it at 2, and I'm on chapter 4. So I think I'll try to bump it up to 2.5, and then I'll listen to that instead of reading. I'll just leave Woven for Gold or Woven by Gold as my bedtime book. It's been weird listening to Force Me while I recover from COVID because I sound like I'm getting better, but the narrator stays sick. Bro. Here's the thing. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that she sounds ill. And like, I just want to reiterate that I do not blame this narrator. Like, I feel like it was really a thing of like, well, ma'am, I know you're sick, but also we need this book recorded. Like, I feel like that's what happened, was like they ran up on a deadline. So like, I really do not blame the narrator, because I guess someone took a comment that I made on Instagram as like me blaming the narrator, which like, no, it's not her fault. She had to work through illness. I don't know when Teddy Hamilton comes in, but we still listening to Rebecca Solar. Like, do the point of views change at some point?
I don't know. Maybe they do, and I just wasn't paying attention, because I do remember it saying that it's read by like a man and a female. I don't know who the guy is. I don't remember anything being read by a guy.
Isn't Rebecca Solar the one that narrates the Cinder series?
I mean,
the Lunar Chronicles?
I don't know. I've never listened to Lunar Chronicles, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, they're fabulous.
But Teddy Hamilton is supposedly in this book too, and I don't know who that is, and I don't.
I don't either.
I'm about to look for you right now. What? So I guess she narrates Caraval. She narrates The Truth About Forever, which is a Sarah Dessen book. Instinct Karma by Marissa Meyer. A Curse for True Love. Oh, so the Once Upon a Broken Heart books, she does those. Okay. And she also does
Cinder, Scarlet, Ferris, yep.
And Heartless. It looks like she does a lot of Marissa Meyer books.
Yeah.
So clearly, because people have said that like The Ballad of Never After and Once Upon a Broken Heart, I've never listened to the audios of those. I started reading the ebook of Once Upon a Broken Heart, and then they stole it from me because I guess it was only like a jump the line copy, which was 7 days. I could not finish that in 7 days because I had other shit to read. But that book was good, and I've heard that the audio is really good. So I just feel like it came up on, because she's like a well-known narrator, so I just feel like it came up on like some kind of a deadline, and they were like, we have to have this book, you know? Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yes, we're having the same dinner. Love that.
She's still annoying, but you'll get through it faster. You won't miss the important parts. It kicks all the way off towards the end. Okay. I just want to enjoy the story. I can get past the fact that she's clearly sick in this, because it's not her fault that she's sick. Like, and her voice doesn't actually bother me. Like, her voice itself, like the cadence and stuff, doesn't actually bother me. It's just the fact of, you sound ill, ma'am. Like, please go lay down and drink some tea. Like, that's... Yeah. It changes at the end.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, there hasn't been any dudes narrating this.
So my guess is, I'm not going to, like, spoil anything for myself, because I'm purposely not going to look at anything. So chapter 39 is from a male's point of view.
Oh, okay.
So that's like the last chapter. So this man reads one chapter. You're welcome. I blame capitalism. I just want to bring her some tea and let her go back to bed and get well. Yeah, that's like how I feel. Is like you guys couldn't have found like I understand like audiobooks are like expensive to make and stuff, but like I just feel like maybe we should have someone like on deck just in case. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like what is that called in acting? Like
An understudy.
Understudy.
Like, have an understudy for audiobook narrators, you know?
Yeah.
He comes in like the last chapter, yeah. A bad voice can really screw up the mission for an audio. Yeah, and I think like I almost want them to like re-record it. Like to give her because there's no way that she enjoys listening to this recording of herself. Especially with all of the other books that she's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's just to give you Zayden's
Xander's.
No, his name is Zayden.
It's Zayden.
Oh.
Zayden. I think
I think they did a typo.
On what happens right at the end. I got you. Would like to report that I packed 2 boxes. Great. I'm so proud of you, Emma. I'm slow because we are done to the last stuff that you have to go hunting for something that fits to fill up the box. Yeah. Does this pile of socks make sense in this office box at this point? Sure. I mean, at this point, you're just going to be like, why did I put this in here? I've definitely been like that person that takes like clean socks or like clean t-shirts, not underwear, but I'll take like clean socks or clean t-shirts to like pad boxes that have like break Jigra.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Thursday. By annoying, I didn't mean the narrator, but the character. Yeah, I mean the character's a bit. I don't know. We like to talk about how hot everyone is every 5 minutes. I mean, I got it the first 12 times you said that. Okay. And also, like, what is his name?
Who?
The guy in the beginning.
Which one?
Please hold. Her best friend.
Oh, Dane.
Dane. He gives me Gale vibes.
Who?
I am not Team Gale.
Who's what book is that from?
The Hunger Games?
From the Hunger Games? The character Dane. In this book.
Why is the sound cutting out?
Gives me Gale.
Is her sound cutting out or is it my computer?
Cutting in and out.
Vibe.
Okay.
And I am not. I don't like Hunger Games.
I was like, wait, is it me?
Okay, is it still bad?
Yeah. It like he's freezing.
Yeah. All of a sudden you just freeze.
Like I can see you now. It's working now.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's like a delay.
Okay, great.
Oh yeah, there's a delay.
I can see that you're saying something, but the sound's not coming through.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd you go?
Oh
Dear.
Oh, hey, look at us.
Oh my god.
Well, I think we should read while she figures that out.
Agree.
All right. All right. Happy reading, everybody.
Yeah. There she is. Hello, welcome back.
Okay. Is it still bad?
Sort of.
Okay, great. Okay, I will fuck with this while we read. Hold on, let me get the timer though.
That is actually, it's better because I'm actually hearing words as you're
speaking them.
Mouth is moving. I was gonna say lips and then I said mouth. It's sorry.
Okay, So what I was saying, if you can hear me, okay?
Yes.
Dane, in this book, Dane, her best friend or whatever, he gives me Gale from Hunger Games vibes. That's who this character reminds me of. And like I as a Hunger Games girly could not stand Gale. Like he was just such a baby all the time.
I hated
and
Gale.
Like PETA, like I'm team PETA. Okay, PETA was
all the way.
And all that. And like you would think as someone who loves a grump, I would like Gale. Gale annoyed the because he was like, we should just run away. We should just do this. Like, bitch, how are you gonna survive? Yeah, sounds stupid. Shut up. I did not like. Plus, like he guilt tripped, after the Hunger Games, like the first book, he really like guilt tripped Katniss in the second book, and I was like,
yeah, he's just not a good character. Like he's a good character, and he was well written to be hated. I think
he's not a hero.
No, he is not a hero.
But I know people that ship Gale, right. And I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Like, I like toxicity as much as the next person, but that guy, absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
I want to get Pages to read one chapter. I mean, I feel like he got paid a lot of money to read a single chapter. It's like the last 10 pages of the book. Like, it's not even like Kiana made burgers. I feel like with Forceman, you can't look at it closely, you just go on the ride. That's perfectly fine. Now that I know that, I'm just going to like enjoy what goes on and find a day. That's because he is cool. Because I know Brittany was like worried that he was the love interest, which I knew that Dane was not the love interest because I haven't exactly seen spoilers, but like I've seen enough of like the whole like Xaden shipping thing to be like clearly Xaden is the book friend here. Like clearly he
as soon as you meet Xaden, it was like, oh, this is gonna be the guy.
And you meet Xaden in like the second chapter. Yeah. Like as soon as this happens in the first chapter where her sister is like, stay away from Xaden, and I'm like, clearly he's the love interest.
I'm hoping though, honestly, and like I haven't even finished this book, but what I would love to happen is for her and Xaden to break up for whatever reason. I literally don't even care. And I want her to low-key end up with Liam because I'm obsessed with Liam. If anybody has read this book, I love Liam. He is my favorite character.
Okay, I'm going to watch out for Liam and then text him. I'm going to tell you what I think about Liam. And then she's going to be like, if you don't love him, we can never speak about him. That's basically what's going to happen. That's going to be how
she's gonna jump out of her screen, go into your screen. It's gonna be a whole thing.
She'd be like, "We're still friends, but also never speak to me about this again." I used to be Team Gale when I was in high school when the movie came out, and I first read it. I reread it this year and despise him. I never liked him. I think it's just because I felt like and the thing is in the first book, I did like Gale. That's the thing. Like in the first book, up until like the ending of the first, but then when he started guilt tripping people in the second book, I was like, "You're gross."
I think because I read the Hunger Games when I was an adult, so like I had no like Gale was like. This top 3 for me.
There was no teenage buffering to make you like him. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Liam is top 3, apparently. Maybe even top 2. Okay, well, I better love Liam, or Nell is going to not be with him. I'm gonna have to go on Instagram stories and be like, "Hello, I'm no longer friends. She's abandoned me."
Wait, what does that mean? Oh, okay. I got scared. I was like, "Wait, is something gonna happen?"
He was like, "Please do not tell me that you don't like me." Isn't this supposed to be like a 5-part series?
Is it? I don't know.
What I've heard.
I was trying to figure out how many books were going to be in it, but I couldn't find it. But I didn't look very long.
All I know is I've already pre-ordered the second book because since I have this one that's got like the sprayed edges, like I'm hoping that all of her first editions will come that way and then they can all match. Which means that I have to pre-order every single one. Because this one sold out in like 4 weeks or some crazy shit. Because I was gonna buy another one, and then when I went to Amazon to look, it said 4 to 6 weeks, and I was like, "What?" 2 confirmed, right?
Yeah.
So
the second one comes out later this year.
And then Fire or something, I think, is the second one.
Iron Flame.
Iron Flame, yeah, and it has like an orange cover, or at least that's what they show on Instagram or on Amazon. I don't know if that's like the final cover or if that's just what they've used. They're saying that there's a plan for possibly up to 5, but only 2 confirmed.
Okay.
He said 5, but seriously, no. Yeah, I just feel, I don't know, like 2 or 3. I could see it being like a trilogy. Most fantasy series like this are not only duologies. Most. So I could see it being like a trilogy. It just felt presumptuous to say 5.
I feel like it could do, I don't know if 5 is the right number, but I could see it doing some stuff down the line just because like they mention like all these like side characters. So it could be a situation where like maybe some of the side characters get their own books. And they also mention the fact that like what are they called? Not the rebels, but whatever, like the team that like Zayden is a part of, like his lineage, like those people, they're not called the rebellious ones, but whatever it's called. They mentioned that like he's the oldest of that group, and the youngest one I think is like 6 years old or something. So they might do a book where like that girl who's 6 is now at the college, like we get to see like her or something. I feel like they put her name out there for a reason. I just don't know why.
I would kind of like to see a book from her sister's point of view, to be honest. Even if it was like a prequel book, like where we see Violet's sister, what is her name, Mira, as like in the college herself, or if we saw her now, like I don't know, something about Mira intrigues me, even though we only see her, at least as far as I know, like we only see her at the very beginning, but something about her intrigues me. Aaron doesn't think that Liam is making it out alive.
No, stop. Stop. They already tried to kill him once. If they try to kill him again, then Rebecca Yarros is just straight up disrespectful.
I mean, my thing is, yeah, a duology would work. I would even be down for a trilogy. I just don't know how she's going to make it a 5 books.
It's going to have to follow other characters. I don't think if there's 5 books, I don't think that anybody's going to want to read about Violet for 5 books. I hated Violet up until maybe chapter 15.
Because really, even like Throne of Glass, apparently like the later books start following other people.
Exactly.
Like there's I think it's Tower of Dawn. You're following you're following people that you've known the whole series,
right?
But it's like they split into 2 groups, which is why it's that one and the book
tandem read
that are supposed to be like a tandem read, because then you're following both groups at once. I'm not doing it that way. I'm gonna read them one at a time, bitch. Like who has time for it? Absolutely not. But that's why
that's the only way she's gonna be able to pull off 5 books, because I feel like Violet is not interesting enough for her to have 5 books about herself.
Violet's barely interesting, and I'm only 4 chapters in, and I'm like, I don't care about you.
Exactly.
I care more about her friend than I care about her.
Rihanna is my girl. Like I love
her, but like she's mouthy, like the banter that she has, like great, top notch. Like I would love a book from her point of view, but like Violet, I'm just like Violet just cries a lot about how she wants to be a scribe, and like that's great. And like I'm sorry that your mom is a terrible person, but like also this is where you're at, so figure it out.
It wasn't until like chapter 14 or 15 when I started to like Violet. And I only started to like Violet because the dragons started to like Violet. And I was like, all right, if they like her, I guess maybe I can give her a chance.
I guess she can grow on me now. I'm sorry. Loki want to pick up one of her romances. That's what she originally wrote. I say this because the romance is just hard in this. Yeah, I heard that the romance is relatively cringy in this book.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's because it's a romantasy. Because I feel like a lot of romantasy is just cringy as shit. Like, to be honest. Because if I'm gonna be really honest, I read The Serpent and the Wings of Night, which I know a lot of people give 5 stars. I give it 4.5 or 4.75
that's on my TBR.
stars. And it was good, but like I didn't really care about the romance part. Like I cared about the romance, but the smut was not like it was not top tier smut. I'm sorry. The romance in itself was relatively cringy the entire time. It was the slowest burn known to man. I mean, like on par with like Mariana Zapata type slow burn. But I liked the fantasy parts. Like I liked the intrigue. I liked once the world building was over, I liked that. I liked the political shit that was in it, but like the romance part, I could have given 2 shits about. Like, which I know that's what a lot of people liked about that book, but I really just liked the political and the fantasy parts. The romance itself was fine, but like the smut, I was like, okay. I like the dragons. The dragons are my favorite characters. I mean,
Darna is so cute.
I think this is the one. Is this like a yellow dragon? Like a little yellow dragon? So I was watching somebody's 24-hour thing challenge, and she said that the dragon, now it's all I see. So sorry to anyone that's about to just only see this. But okay, anyone who's ever watched Dragon Tales, the little yellow dragon that's in Dragon Tales, I can't remember her name, but like that dragon, she was like, this is what I see every time I see this dragon. And so now I'm like, when I get to this part, that's all I'm gonna see. I'm like, I'm here for it. Okay, I make Ari watch Dragon Tales, and she'll be like, how do you know these songs, Mom? And I'm like, literally, I watch it as a child. So please be quiet and let me enjoy myself. But we love dragons. That's really the biggest reason I picked this book up, is because like dragons. I was like, talking dragons, sign me up. Shit. Be good with the dragons.
Oh yeah, I think that might be her name.
Maybe that's probably what her book is. It's probably some easy ass name like that I'm like, I can't remember. All right, now that my sound is fixed, I don't know what the fuck happened. Probably too many people on the server. They might be playing Diablo downstairs. That could be part of it. We'll read now. Maybe. Hold on. I have to. Okay. Also, this format is screwing me up because I'm like, where's the timer? Right in front of my face. Okay. So in 45 minutes. how. Okay, well, I don't know where my AirPod case went, but how did we do? Friends. Ouch.
I don't remember where I started, so I don't know like how much I read, but I am currently on chapter 36.
I think you started at 34.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. You were definitely in the 30s when you started.
Yeah.
Amy, how did you do?
I got to chapter 7 of Happiness for Beginners by Catherine Center, and just loving it.
I got to chapter 8 of Fourth Wing, which is where I stuck my bookmark in because I like to try to guess how far I can get in 45 minutes. So I was on I started at the beginning of chapter 4. Like, I'm not really one to stop in the middle of a chapter, So we had like 10 seconds left when I hit chapter 8. It's fine. I don't know. She was in a tree, so I just I don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. The banter in this book, like when characters actually speak to each other, is funny to me. You know what I mean? It's entertaining. Cause she throws the daggers and he was like, "You missed," or whatever, right? Because they go into the tree. You know what I'm talking about?
Hmm?
Yeah. And then she was like, "Did I miss blah blah blah?" And then he said, "You look all frail and breakable, but you're really a violent little thing, aren't you?" And I was like, "Okay, cool."
Oh my.
So, the romance part of this, at least right now, it's I don't care. It's very cringy. You know what I'm saying? So I was following in my in my ebook because I am highlighting things in my ebook, and then I'll probably highlight in the actual book later, but I don't like to highlight directly in my book until I have things to highlight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I did highlight that, which I guess everyone highlighted that, but I'm just the things, some of the banter is just
the banter with the friends is
stupid.
lovely, but the banter with the love interest is ew, I hated that.
Why we had to be you look frail, but you're deadly. I'm ew, go away. It's weird to me.
Yeah, their banter sucks.
Also, we really came out of this just killing people.
Yes.
Okay.
The very first character that died, I was like, oh, no.
I was
him.
I was that quick. And the thing is,
Yeah.
you don't even see him for that long, but you see him long enough that you're oh, this is gonna be he's gonna be in the friend group, and then no. He's in the first.
I was hurt. I was like, wait.
That hurt me. I was like, wow. What? And then everyone's reaction. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this is where we're going. And then we got dude that got his neck snapped or whatever, and I was like,
wait, by the teacher?
What is going on? Was it by a teacher or was it no, it was no, it was by the guy that threatened her at the beginning.
Oh, Jack. Okay.
Who was because they did the assessment, the first assessment, because she got her arm broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
I know what you're talking about now. There's a scene where a teacher snaps someone's neck. I was like, dang, you're that far already?
Oh, no. Jack snapped dude's neck because he was because then when she throws the daggers, right, he's you should show that to Jack. And then she was like, what? And then he was snapping for a sheer who wants to kill you. Which, like, the reason that he wants to kill her is ridiculous. Also, I'm not trying to be funny, but this shit is not enemies to lovers. I'm like, my thing is this. I'm all for an enemies to lovers trope. You know? This ain't it. This is just simply like, I hate the things that your mom did, and then she's like, I hate the fact that you did what you did, you know? And then I don't know, because I don't know if that part is a spoiler, so I don't want to like say it, but you know what I'm saying. And then they're like, I hate you. That's not hate.
They technically are not enemies.
Stupid.
Because the things that they have issues with each other about are not things that they did. Like, he's mad at her because of something her mom did, and she's mad at him because of something his dad did. So, like, their beef really isn't with each other, but because they're kind of on opposite ends, on separate teams of the fight, they're like enemies by default.
That sounds very Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, a little bit.
I'm not trying to be funny, but that does not make enemies to lovers. I'm sorry, Romeo and Juliet weren't fucking enemies to lovers either. I don't.
I didn't say they were. I just said
enemies to lovers is Brutal Prince. You know what I mean? The strawberry scene in Brutal Prince. That's all I'm gonna say, because I do feel like that could be a spoiler, I guess. But like, the strawberry scene in Brutal Prince, that's top tier. That book is by Sophie Lark, if anyone wants to read it. But that is top tier enemies. This is just like, I hate your mom, I hate your dad. We hate each other.
Pretty much. The romance in this is like not my favorite. I think that this author wanted their romance. She wanted this to be so badly. The love triangle of like Feyre, Tamlin, and Rhys. She's trying so hard to like recreate that, and it's not hitting the same.
The only thing I'm going to say is at least she didn't do what some of these fantasy romance books have done after coming out, after ACOTAR, where they've changed the names, but they all have a name. Like, the woman has a name that starts with F, and then the names that start with R and T. At least she can do that.
Yeah.
Because wow. So yeah, Academy, I'm looking at you, but I'm just saying, like, at least she didn't do that thing, you know? Because that's when I read a book and I'm like, I know y'all were trying to be good work.
Like, even when I watch their banter, like between Xaden and Violet, I'm like, y'all want to be Feyre and Rhys so bad. I can tell. Okay. I can tell you're trying to get there, but you're missing the mark.
And just a disclaimer here, like, I've only read the first book and a half. So I've read all of A Court of Thorns and Roses, and then I read half of Mist and Fury. But like, the banter in Mist and Fury between Rhys and Feyre is so different than it is in ACOTAR that I'm like, okay, like, when y'all say that, like, I know what you mean. Also, I hate Dane. So that's just where I'm at with this, because like, my guy, like, he really, like, he just needs to like dead it with the whole like, we need to get you to the scribe quadrant. Like, she's not gonna go. Okay? She's not gonna go, because she's already been threatened by her mom that if she finds out she went to the scribe quadrant, she's gonna be yanked out by her ponytail. So like,
I can't wait to edit this vlog. I'm so excited.
Okay. Nice. Also, I am gonna do a vlog update for my dragon vlog now that I'm a little bit further, because like, now I have thoughts. I'm gonna have to put that this is gonna be a spoiler vlog, because like, I don't really know how to talk about this book without spoiling it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you sure you have thoughts? Because I haven't gotten that vibe from you.
I have so many thoughts. This has just been like tampered down, because I know that you are going to read this book, so I don't want to like say too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're doing fine not saying too much. I do appreciate that. I do.
I don't think I have felt the feelings of a book so much. Like, this book really invokes like what I felt when I read The Hunger Games, which like, clearly I didn't have a channel then. But now this is making me more excited to reread The Hunger Games because I plan on doing that as a vlog before Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes comes out as a movie, because it comes out, I think, the day before my birthday. So I'm going to go see it. I do not care. I will go to the movie theater by myself. I am seeing this movie. I do not care.
I need to read that book. Did I grab it from my classroom?
But I want to do a vlog where I reread all of the books, because truthfully, for me, as it stands right now, the entire series is 5 stars. And I know that people didn't like, I think it was the 3rd book or the 2nd book. I don't know. There was a book in there before Ballad of Songbirds, like that was the original trilogy, that there is a book that most people like less. I think it's the 2nd one. I do agree that one had like middle book syndrome, but like as a whole, the series was 5 stars, you know?
Yeah, I think Hunger Games is one of my favorite series as like a whole. Like, it was well plotted.
It was well done. But that's why like The Hunger Games is like that one series.
It was way better than Divergent.
That I'm like, if you've only seen the movies, I'm gonna need you to go read the books, because you are missing a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mostly the goriness of all the deaths, but also a lot of Adrian started Priest. I need to start this. I bought it. Even though my library did have it, but it told me it was like 8 weeks out and I didn't want to read that long. I need to start this, but I know that if I go into smut other than Woven by Gold, that I'm gonna fall down a smut hole. And I don't have time for that this month, maybe next month. But I am gonna read Priest before the end of the month, I hope.
I think Courtney's live for it is the 27th of this month. I think that's what she said.
Okay, great. I think I can read it before then. I hope. My God. That gives me like 10 days, 12 days. Courtney, I'm pretty sure, is in bed. Good night, Courtney, which I did say.
Mm-hmm.
Chris finished Mayfly, 5 stars. Probably going to spend the last 9 minutes trying to decide what's next. Did you decide? We need to know. Finished my book at the start of the sprint. Struggled to pick anything, so just listening to my audiobook some more. Fair. I seriously kept packing while forgetting to try my audiobook until 14 minutes before the sprint ended. Haha. I hear y'all on the Mean Girl vibes of the book, but they are only okay to me right now because it seems real gay. Me personally, I didn't get a gay vibe from it at all. Like, it just came off to me like high school drama when you're 30. If it feels gay to you, I'm glad. I mean, me too, but I just don't feel like that's what they were going for. They being the author. 20%. Wonderful. 33% into the ruins. Ready to pass out, though. She was having her Dear Evan Hansen moment. Who was having a Dear Evan Hansen moment? Me? Maybe? I don't know. I'm confused. Anyone else know? Am I an idiot? Okay, great.
I don't know.
65% of Sinners Anonymous, about 4 to 5%, and watch Two Broke Girls. Wonderful. I need to rewatch that show. It's such a good show. 35% into The Ritual by Chantel. Does this have guns in it?
I never heard of it.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
I think this might be that book that I DNF'd last year during Smutathon, because it, like, at the end of the year, because it had a gunplay in it.
Oh.
Amy knows what I'm talking about. Nell might not, because I don't know if Nell's been on Sprint. So there was a book, I'm pretty sure it was called The Ritual, last year that I read, and the main male character used a gun on the female main character. Sexually, if you understand. And it was loaded. Because like the premise of the book, like of the series, was really good to me. Like, that's why I picked it up, because like the premise of the series is that they're in like the main male character is in this like college or whatever, but there's like a secret society within the college, and he's part of this secret society. They're like assassins. Right?
There is a secret society in here in the synopsis.
So I read the thing, right, and I was like, oh, this sounds great. Well, the thing is that while you're in this society, like until you're a senior in the college, when you're part of the society, you cannot have sex. Like that's part of your agreement. So instead of like having sex with her, he used a gun.
Ew.
And she supposedly enjoyed that shit. It happened twice, and after like the first time that it happened, I was like, okay, maybe it won't happen again. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, so I moved on, and then it happened like in the next chapter, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't. That is where I found where my line is drawn. That's the line. I can deal with a lot of things. Like I can deal with like whips, chains, like you know what I'm saying? Like I can deal with like torture-y stuff, but that was the line for me. And then I went to Mr. Reed and I'm like, am I no longer part of like the kink club because of this? And he was like, no, what the fuck were you reading? And I was like, I don't know, but that's what happened. And it was I like had nightmares about it for like a week because it just like it put me off so bad. Poor Brittany is the one that had to hear like actual detail about it. Like I messaged her and I was like, can I tell you about this without freaking out? She was like, okay. I told her actual detail and she was like, what the hell? She's like, did you buy this book? And I was like, no, it's on Kindle Unlimited. What? No. We love Two Broke Girls, Gene. Yeah, because as soon as I said, does it have guns in it? Because gunplay, Amy was like, oh. Amy knew exactly what I was talking about. And the way I just described it is like the tamest I know how to explain what happened in this book. You're welcome for that.
There is like a long
what?
Review on here
about
and
the gun.
It is like explicit.
Yeah,
about that.
Because it's trauma, bro. It didn't even happen to me, and I was traumatized. Like I was reading it, and like most people have, you know, like a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, me, okay? I can only speak for me. I tend to have some kind of a reaction to smut. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like I'm like, ooh, that sounds fun. Like that type of shit, like reaction. Like that's the point of reading smut. The reaction that I had to this specific thing happening was running away. Like I wanted to just, I was like, what? And people were like, I posted to my story and people were like, we hope you love this book. It was so good, 5 stars. And I was like, did y'all just skip this part? Did it not bother you? I need to know how you got through it. Because after the second time it happened, I was like, I'm good. I'm good. And the thing is, I want to continue the series, but like I can't, they're not, as far as I know, they're not standalone books. So like I can't read, like skip the first one. Like I have to read them in order, and I just, maybe I'll get drunk one day and then read it. Because then maybe I won't care. You know? You know what I mean? Maybe I'll
Goodreads says it's not.
It's not one
series. Like it's not labeled as a series.
I thought there was more than one book to this because they have similar covers. I don't know, but maybe I'll do like a drunk stream one time where I like read it on a stream, and then I just won't care.
Oh, they do have similar covers.
Yeah, they have like okay, maybe if it's not a series, I'll just read something else by the author. But like I can't do the guns. Like we can do wax, we can do electricity, we can do blindfolds, we can suspend people in the air, but guns are a line for me. Absolutely not. It's more Romeo and Juliet. The actions of their parents and family groups mean they aren't meant to be friends or more. Yeah. I got Cruel Prince and Brutal Prince. A lot of people do. Brutal Prince is mafia. It's like a mafia romance, and it's true hate to love. Like it's the first true hate to love novel I ever read, and I was like, this this is what I'm looking for, because I was reading like enemies to lovers contemporary romance, and I was like, no one is an enemy. Like, book lovers is supposed to be enemies to lovers. It's lukewarm dislike, I think. Okay. Hating game. I didn't even read the book. I just watched the movie, which the movie was awful. I'm sorry, but it was awful.
There's a movie for book lovers?
No, for the Hating Game.
Oh.
Awful. And here's the thing, I watched it because it had Lucy Hale in it. So me, Mariah, and Mr. Reading Waniwa, we all watched it because he loves a rom-com. Okay, he's very girly like that, but he loves a rom-com. So he was like, "Let's watch this," and I was like, "Yeah." So I heard great things, and it was terrible. Like they did My Girl Lucy so bad, but like that crap was not enemies to lovers. That was like, let me annoy you by rearranging things on your desk and your face, and then we're gonna fuck each other.
That is what happened.
Because you go to a party with me to confront my piece of crap dad, and then we fuck, and then we have a third act breakup because that has to happen, and then we get back together in the end. That's pretty much that's
basically what happened. That's a good summary.
Now you don't have to watch it. I watched it for you. I'm really serious about my tropes, bro. Because here's the thing, most tropes, I can look past them. Even ones that I don't like, right? Because obviously I wouldn't keep reading contemporary romance if it really bothered me so much, like the trope of like the third act breakup, which like we know how much I dislike a third act breakup. But like if it makes sense to the story, I can get through it. So like when I read Kiss Her Once for Me, that book has a third act breakup. But because, or the third act, it's not even a breakup, it's like a conflict. But because of the way that it happens, it makes sense for the story. So like it solidifies the rest of the story. So like, cool. Some of the Tessa Bailey third act breakups, no. That's why Tessa Bailey, I think the only book that's gotten 5 stars for me is Not It Happened. What is that book?
It happened on summer?
No, it's the Schitt's Creek one, but it's the second one. Hook, Line, and Sinker. That one I did give 5 stars, but also it was like the first contemporary romance book that I actually enjoyed. Like when I hit my romance era, so I feel like that's why I got 5 stars. But otherwise, like nothing else by her has gotten 5 stars. So it's all gotten like between 4 and 4.5, which is still like good. You know what I mean? But like there are just like a pregnancy trope. Like I really don't like other people's children. So like I really don't want to most of the time. Like I have like friends where I like their kids, but like random kids that I don't know, please stay away from me. Like I tolerate like the neighborhood kids because Ari likes them, but I'm just like not coming to my house. I'm not the mom. Like I always wanted to be like the mom that was like, yes, I have a safe space for all the children in the neighborhood, and no. She can have like 5 really close friends that are like invited to our house, and that's it. Like I'm sorry, like I cannot do it. But like a pregnancy trope, especially like an accidental pregnancy, use a condom. Like it's not that hard. And there are plenty. Here's the thing, I think it bothers me because there are plenty of books that are like smutty or like are contemporary romance that have smut in them. They're not necessarily smut, but they have smut in them, where they will literally be like, he pulled a condom out of his back pocket. So like clearly you can write that in and not make it seem weird, you know? So there's no reason for people to just be popping up pregnant in 2023. Maybe that made it better for me because I never read Court of Roses. Maybe. Okay. Because I think once you read A Court of Thorns and Roses, once you read Romantasy that's after it, it's like a court, and I don't know that A Court of Thorns and Roses was I think A Court of Thorns and Roses was just the first big series that took off, that had certain tropes in it for Romantasy that helped Romantasy to like take off. You know what I mean? So my thing is like, I understand that Romantasy, the tropes are going to be very similar all of the time. Like that's fine. That's just like a thriller. Like the tropes are going to be similar all the time. But you can tell the Romantasy that's like blatantly trying to be A Court of Thorns and Roses. So it's like, oh, this worked for Sarah J. Maas. Let me rip it off and see if it works for me. Fourth Wing.
That's how Lightlark is. Oh my gosh, Lightlark just drove me crazy.
I didn't even read that. I didn't even read it. I don't even want to read it. I wanted to. I put it on when it first came out. I put it on my TBR, and then so many people talked about how it was just like a blatant ripoff of ACOTAR that I was like, well, what's the point? I'll just read it.
And it was like 10 times more confusing. I was just like, tell me you read ACOTAR without telling me you read ACOTAR.
And then tried to rip it off without because like Fourth Wing doesn't bother me like trope wise. It's not bother me. Here is the thing though. In like chapters 5 or 6, you hear her sniff. And I have it at 2.5 speed. Like I feel so terrible for this narrator because like she's like reading and then you hear her go. Like y'all couldn't have edited that out. Anyway,
that's my thing. Like, it's not the fact that she's sick. I don't feel like this is a poor reflection of her. It's like, who edited this? Like, I don't understand how all this was able to stay in.
Because like her sounding congested is one thing. Because I went and right when the sprint started, before I picked the book up, I went and I listened to like, you know how you can sample. Mm-hmm. So her voice. I'm correct. Like I'm adding her to, I have like a spread in my book journal where I can put favorite narrators. I'm going to add her to my favorite narrator spread because I really enjoy her voice. They just really did her dirty with this book because of the fact that she has some kind of illness. Like something is not right with her. Like she's got allergies or something. But like y'all couldn't edit out the big pauses where she's swallowing or like where she's.
That's the part that, but I'm like, why was this left in? Like,
I feel like this might be the book that she hates. Like, I hope that she petitions to like re-record this book, like because she reads it really well. Like, she's a good narrator. I just think they did her dirty with this book. But the tropes in Fourth Wing don't bother me, and the fact that even if I'm sure she did, but even if Rebecca Yarros used ACOTAR as like her jumping off point, she didn't blatantly rip it off.
Right.
Like the tropes are similar, but cool. It's romantasy. They're going to be. And definitely she's got the love triangle thing going, which I feel like is just a thing that everyone's doing in romantasy now. Like love triangles kind of annoy me because y'all could just be poly and just call it a why choose. But so not reading Sarah Janet. Who's Sarah Janet? Oh, Sarah J. Maas.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy her books. They're fine. You know what I mean? They're not.
I mean, I've only read ACOTAR. I want to read Crescent City. I want to read Throne of Glass. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
So here's the thing. I think that they're a fun time. You know what I mean? Like like Throne of Glass. I'm on Crown of Midnight, and it's a fun time. Like I'm having like it's fun. Like it's, you know, adventurous, all that. Crescent City broke the first Crescent City book. Broke me at the end. Ripped my heart out. Okay, but like they're good. Like the fantasy in them is good. Like she's good at what she does. You know what I mean? But I can understand why people don't want to read her.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I've only read the first A Court of Thorns and Roses. That's the only one I've read.
And to be honest, that book wasn't that great. I think I gave that book 3 stars, maybe. I wasn't impressed with that book. It's the second book that I was like,
the second book is good.
I know. Yeah, my sister is like on me to read the second book, and I will eventually. I gave A Court
of Thorns and Roses 4 stars. But just based off of the half of Court of Mist and Fury, which I am going to pick it back up, but I want to finish Throne of Glass first, which now that the live shows and stuff have changed a little bit, which I don't know if we ever actually announced this, so I'm going to announce it here. But we're not doing live shows for Throne of Glass anymore because I'm pretty sure the only 2 people still reading it are me and Reni. Brittany gave up after the Assassin's Blade. She's not interested. And I don't know how far into Throne of Glass Kelsey got. So the Discord, which I'm going to get back into Discord. I'm sorry to everyone that's been part of that Discord where it's just been dead. Okay. I apologize. I'm going to get back in there. But I am going to make threads this next week for the rest of the books so that we can discuss them in there. So like you can come discuss them with me in there because I'm going to continue reading it. Once I finish it, I'm going to read the rest of the stuff in order of how she published it. So I'm going to read all of Throne of Glass, and then I'm going to read, you know, series wise, and then I'm going to read ACOTAR. which I probably won't reread the first one. But just based off of the first half of A Court of Mist and Fury, I feel like it's gonna be 5 stars for me. Fuck Tamlin, but like it's gonna be 5 stars.
It's the banter. Like that is what got me. The tension, the banter between like Rhys and Feyre, I was so invested in their like even just the development of their relationship. Not their relationship once they get together, but just the getting to that part. I was so like, yes.
Oh. I love all Amy's reactions because we're friends, so she just reacts the way anyone should. Really. You know? My sister thinks Catching Fire is the best book. Is that the third one?
That's the second one.
That's the second one. I remember, okay, so
I like Catching Fire.
I remember enjoying Catching Fire, but I feel like I got annoyed with it at some point. Like I
got more annoyed with Mockingjay.
But I also feel like maybe that was what it was. Like, this is why I'm going to do a reread and vlog myself doing a reread. I'm going to do it in August, I think, or September. I need to do it before November, clearly. But I think I actually might do it in September because Ari will be like back into the swing of school. So I can actually like block out times again to like read. So I think I'm going to do that vlog. And I'm going to give myself like the whole month to do it. So it'll probably come out in like October, but I'll use all of September to do it because I just need to remind myself. But I know that I liked Hunger Games. Like I know Hunger Games was a 5-star book. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I started The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet by Becky Chambers. This is a great title. Is it Earth though? That's what I need to know. Still trying to decide. I've got physical options and digital options. I'm trying to figure out what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, Violet with the Tree. Listen, bro. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Katniss, is that you? Like, I was so confused.
Cough twice if it's you.
Bro, she said she was up in a tree. And I was like, did we rip this straight out of the Hunger Games? You know? The only thing we didn't have was her, like, cutting down a nest of... What are those called? The hacker jackers or whatever the fuck they're called.
Oh, yeah.
The stupid bees that are in the Hunger Games, you know?
Mm-hmm,
that, like, you know, y'all know what I'm talking
about. Yeah.
Those. Like, I was just waiting. I was like, is she gonna cut down a hornet's nest? Like, what is happening?
Is this when she went up there to get, like, the berries or whatever?
Yeah, she went up to get the berries to put them in her little bottle. And then, because the chapter ends, this is not a spoiler, you guys. Okay, the chapter ends with, he didn't even ask what was in my satchel. A slow smile spreads across my face as I tuck my arm back into my sling, sighing with relief as the weight is taken off my shoulder. A fool with funnily berries. That's the end of the chapter.
It's funny that you just finished that because that scene of like what she sees when she's in the tree is like directly related to the chapter that I'm in the middle of because what they're talking about in that circle, I'm now learning about what that was all about.
Wonderful. So I only have 80% of the book to go before Fine. At this point, I swear to God, if I ever say that a book intimidates me again, I need one of you to just be like, no, it doesn't. Because at this point, I've read, in the last year, I've read It, right? Which is like over 1,000 pages. Ridiculous how long that is. And I read that book in 7 days. And then proceeded to have a slump for 2 months. It's fine. And then last month? Yeah, last month I read Pucking Around, which that book is as long as Priory of the Orange Tree.
That book is long too.
There's no reason for a polyamorous hockey romance to be 800 pages, but that's fine. Small Angry Planet is so good. It's like Firefly without the taint of Josh Whedon. Oh my God, I love Firefly. I'm so upset that Joss Whedon is such a piece of crap human. Because, like, I love Firefly, bro. Like, okay, I'm gonna stop being a nerd now. Not sure. It's dark romance. Great. Well,
I think she's talking about the guns, right?
yeah, she also said she wanted to
maybe.
skip that part. Girl, I would have skipped that part too. I wish I had skipped it. Maybe if I skipped the book, because I really liked the premise of the book. That's the thing. And like I was invested in the romance, and then the dude had to have a gun. And I was like, how are you confessing your love? Like when we're in his head, he's like, I love her so much. I'm so in love with her. You do not use guns on people you love in any like absolutely not. I've never watched or read Firefly, but I do have a few of the comics not read. I like it so far. I'm trying to see if I want the special editions. This book is called
Was it The Ritual?
It's called The Ritual. And he like unalives her father, or is supposed to unalive her father. I don't remember if he actually does it or not. But it is dark romance. So if this is the vibe you're going for, this is the book for you. If you don't mind gunplay. Because well, and if y'all read it, I need you to let me know if it happens more than twice. Because it happened twice and I was like, I'm out. Yeah, so Brutal Prince, she wasn't trying to kill him. She was just basically this. She was just trying to be stupid. Like, could it have killed him? Yeah. Go read it for the strawberry scene. Like, the strawberry scene is worth everything. I mean, that's fine. That's fair. You know what I mean? That's fair.
But I love the CW. My favorite show is a CW show, which is The Vampire Diaries. So
Mine
I'm
too,
totally
girl.
okay with that.
I love the OC, like back in the day.
Also, wasn't Riverdale on the CW? Because I love that.
I think so.
Yeah.
So maybe that just makes me trash.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I still haven't read Akatar. Yeah. Mr. Reading when he read all of them because I have them on audio. So he like binged the audio. I have them on my Kindle. So I do want to read them on Kindle because I want to be able to like highlight and stuff. But I do want to buy the hardcovers. And unfortunately, like all the stores around me only have paperbacks. And I personally do not love a paperback book for a fantasy. I have a couple that are paperback because they were gifted to me. So like I'm not saying anything about that. But like that's why I replaced Prior of the Orange Tree. Partly because A Day of Fallen Night only comes in hardcover, but also because I don't love a paperback fantasy, but I gave him my copy that was paperback. So I'll absolutely go and get all the spoils. I keep forgetting to go look for them. Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to read it, you might as well go find out what it's about. You know what I mean? I do that all the time. If I'm like, I'm not going to read this book, but I also want to know what it is about. Yeah. Basically, my Throne of like I'm gonna do a Throne of Glass vlog. I just have to figure out how to do it because I'm not gonna reread the first 2 books. So it's basically just gonna be me being like, this is my thoughts on the first 2 books, and then going from Crown of Midnight on, where I vlog reading. I don't know how long this is gonna take me, to be honest with you, because it's not really a series that I feel like binging. Like it's not a series where I'm just like picking up the next book. I'm reading things in between. But also, like, I feel like if I'm doing a whole series vlog, I'm not going to try to censor myself by making it not spoilery. So, like, it's going to be spoilery. And I'm just going to put...
How do you talk about the second book without spoiling the first book?
The first one, right. So I'm going to be basically like, okay, this is a spoiler vlog. And if you don't want spoilers, like, or if you're going to read the book, read it and then come back to this book. Which I know is going to cut a lot of people out from watching it. But also, like, I'm not going to try to do a whole series vlog where I am like, I can't really tell you anything about book number 6, even though you've been watching me read it the whole time because it would spoil books 1 through 5. You're welcome. Because then I have nothing to talk about. I saved The Office for my monitor and I spent at least 20 minutes trying to get it back in the box. Save The Office?
I saved the box?
I think she means
for the monitor?
Maybe.
I think that's what she means. Because she's saying it took her 20 minutes to get it back in the box.
Right. I don't understand either. I could never get anything back in the box that it came from. I don't know why I saved them. Because I'm never getting it back in.
To be honest, the most annoying thing is like, okay, so I bought the box set of Throne of Glass before she changed all the fucking like
covers
because they're ugly. And I got it on like super discount. Like I only spent like just over $100 on the box set. Tell me why I can't get all 8 books back in box of the box set. Like I have to literally like push them this way and then like finagle whatever book I'm trying to get in there. Like you would think you would make a box set so I can get the books back in the box. No? Okay, great. Yes, I gave it 5 stars. But also, I would not suggest reading it in 7 days. I would suggest like giving yourself a whole month or something. Like don't rush yourself through it because you will feel like you're on drugs. And when I read it, I had been clean from drugs for over 6 years and I felt like I was high the entire time. But I did enjoy it. It was 5 stars. Very good. Is it too long? Yes, it is. There's no reason for it to be that long. Was he clearly in the height of his addiction when he wrote it? Also, yes. But I recommend it. If you like Stephen King, I recommend It by Stephen King. You're welcome. Or if you don't want to read the book, just go watch the movie. The movie is great too. So, just saying. Right, exactly. It's so weird.
Well, I hate the ones that have the styrofoam where you're trying to get like this thing back in the styrofoam and then the styrofoam is sticking out and you're like, what the
Clearly
how did this fit in the styrofoam before?
Right. Add to cart.
Company's trying to make me feel like an idiot. That's what's happening.
Because I love her. Yeah. Lacey says she loves CW, but still refuses Sarah Janet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Like, I'm not gonna have a choice.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just gonna be me being like, well, this is book number 7, and I can't tell you anything. Yep. So here's 15 minutes of footage of me just reading the book. Like, that's not fun. Although, really, you're just gonna be watching 15 minutes of footage of me reading off my Kindle. But people have said, because I put a poll up like a while ago, I don't think it's up anymore, but I put a poll up like a while ago asking if people wanted like B-roll footage, like how people do where they like are like reading their book like this. And I was like, I'm not gonna hold a physical book. I just need everyone to know. Like, unless you want me to like put my Kindle like inside the physical book. Like I'm just not into reading physical books right now. Like I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. But I would happily like hold my Kindle, you know what I mean? Like, and obviously like read off my Kindle. And I've seen more people doing that recently, where they kind of are either flip-flopping between the two, or they're just actively like reading off their Kindle. And people seem to like that. And people said that they would be fine with just watching me read off my Kindle because it feels like organic, like it feels like what I would do. Which that's great, but like
it's a little bit more true than you.
Right. If you want me to hold the physical book, I will. But the Kindle is gonna be just like I'm gonna look like I did in high school when I would like put my reading book inside my math book. Like I got in trouble for that, by the way. I'm still friends with my math teacher to this day. He forgives me. But it's literally gonna be me like sitting like this, and it's just gonna look like I haven't moved a single.
Yeah, she's like, why isn't she turning the pages?
And then I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm 50% through, and my bookmark is still right here. I just feel like no. Sorry, Bar. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Smallville was CW in my show back in the day, and the show got into a hot mess. Listen.
Is it on right now? Oh no, I think I put the grassy on. Never mind.
Listen. Also, Allison Mack is part of a cult. You're welcome. And has been indicted for it too.
Wow.
If you want to do a deep
what?
dive,
What?
Allison Mack. She was in Smallville, like in
Oh,
the
I
beginning
didn't
of
watch
Smallville. She
Smallville.
was
Okay.
like the blonde in Smallville. It's called Nexium. And I'm just gonna tell you that it gets real weird because it went from being like an MLM to becoming a sex cult. So if you look into that, just know what you're looking into. There's there's a couple documentaries about it on HBO, like on Max. Now it's called Max, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's through HBO. So I would watch that if you're interested. Also love Smallville though. I think at this point there are enough people in the world that have read the series where it won't be as spoiler as you think. Go ahead and vlog it the way you want to. Yeah. And I mean, again, like if you haven't read the books, you know what I mean? Just don't watch the vlog.
Right.
That's like where I'm at. Also, I'm working on a Legendborn vlog. Because like at this point, I'm like, girl, if you're gonna finish series, you might as well vlog them. Because otherwise you're just gonna be staring at unfinished series for 50 years. And if no one likes them, at least they're for me. You know what I mean? It's fine. Guest host Mr. Reading Winnie Bug. For what? For which? For the Throne of Glass vlog. I'm making him actually record however long he wants, but I'm making him record a clip that I'm going to put in the vlog somewhere for Throne of Glass where he talks about his thoughts on it. Because unlike me, he remembers the plot. So, me, I read a book and then immediately forget it, which is why I reread books 500 times and be like, I don't remember that happening. Which is exactly what happened with Throne of Glass. I did not remember the last third of the book. And then I was like, did you remember this happening? And he was like, clearly, I did. And I have 2 videos I need to edit in a vlog that I might cancel because I don't want to film the outro, and it's been months at this point. I mean, that's fair. I won't even talk about how many vlogs I've canceled and no one's even known about them. To be honest. Because I'm just like, never mind, I'm not going to read.
You could make a video about the videos that you've canceled. Right. That's pretty lucrative for
Kayla did that on From Books and Lala. She did. Yeah,
rather well, and it was kind of interesting. So
the Nexium thing, she really was a pimp, bro. I was like, what is going on? I mean, she got like in trouble and like indicted, like legally in trouble, but like, wow. So here's what I have come to figure out. I think it's because we can control our reading experience on a Kindle. You can't control your reading experience in a book. You know what I mean? And like the thing is like publishers, like none of them print books the same.
Mm-hmm.
So like they're all different fonts, all different sizes. Like on the Kindle, I can choose my own font. You know what I mean? Or if I don't like the fonts that are on my Kindle, I can like you can upload
double space, single space.
Yeah, and you can like decide how wide your margins are, so you can have like more condensed text.
Yeah.
You can decide how large your text is, because like I read at a pretty large text size. I think mine right now is set at 10. Yeah, mine right now is set at 10, which is, I mean, it's pretty large. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I set it at 10 because I know I can read that with or without my glasses on. Because if I'm like laying down, like I'm not reading with my glasses on my side. But I really think it's just like the experience of being able to modify how you read makes it so that you can cater the reading experience to you, and then that makes you just read faster. But also I read faster if I'm immersion read, like with a physical book and an audio. I read much faster that way also. So clearly I'm just slow reading physical books.
Well, and I have this thing where I start with a big font on my Kindle, and then I slowly get smaller and smaller, because when I have it at a bigger font, I don't read it as fast, even though I'm like, but I read it a lot faster because I feel more accomplished getting through the page. I don't know what it is, but I start at a bigger font and then I slowly get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah. My Kindle is always set between 6 and 10. I usually don't go bigger than 10 just because it gets ridiculous. Like at like 12, or I think the biggest you can do is 14, which like 14 like is huge. Like, yeah. So the biggest you can get is 14, and it looks like that. You know what I'm saying? Which, like, I know a few people that do read at that large of a text size, but I feel like the most comfortable keeping it between 6 and 10 because I also go off the fact of, like, I use my iPad and my phone throughout the day, so I don't want it to be, like, I don't want it to be, like, that big of a jump. Like, you know how your eyes have to adjust to, like, different size text? Like, I don't want it to be that much of a jump between my devices either.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't read anything smaller than a 6. Like, absolutely not. I'm, like, squinting at it to try to read anything smaller. That was crazy. I heard about that right before shit went down in Mexico and everyone got arrested. Yeah, it was insane. Like, it was insane. Because I heard about it, and then actually on the podcast, it's on hiatus, but on the podcast that me and my dad do, right? We did an episode one of the times that because we had like a whole cult month thing that we would do like in August, and Nexium was one of the ones that he covered. So we actually talked about it there, and I was like, what is going on? Which is how I know that there are documentaries about it on HBO, because I had to, like, listen. I know people be saying, like, when I die, clear my Kindle history. I don't give a shit. You can know everything that I read on my Kindle. What I need y'all to do is just scrub my computer. Because the amount of true crime research that I've had to do, we're not going to talk about the things I've had to look up for that podcast. Like, we're not going to talk about it at all. But I need that to be scrubbed. I don't give a shit who knows what smut I read. I really do not care. My grandma can know for all I care. My grandma asked me once, and I was like, I was like, oh, I'm reading a romance. And she was like, about what? And I was like, I don't feel comfortable to tell you that. And then she's like, are you reading erotica? And I was like, no, but yeah. Erotica.
My grandma reads smuttier books than I do, so.
See, my great grandma, she's the one that used to give me like the Harlequin romances. Which, like, back in the day, I was like, this is scandalous. You know what I mean?
I've given her books to read, and she has, like, read them, and then she's like, I'm like, how is it? And she's like, oh, it's okay. Didn't really have as much sex as I want, though.
Dude, my great grandma was like that,
hey,
too.
Grandma.
She would be like, oh, have you read this one? Like, one time she, like, I don't even remember what the book was, but this first, like, smut book that I ever got was from my great grandma.
The first one I ever got, I got off my grandma's shelf because I was just like going through, and I like pulled a book off her shelf, and I started reading it, and she was like, what are you reading? And I was like, oh, I just got this book off your shelf. And she's like, you can't read that. And I was like, too late.
Yeah, so I was just like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, because she was like, I think you'll really enjoy this. And then I read it, and I was like, how do you even know about any of these things? I'm just wondering. You're like, I mean, at the time she was like 70, but like, my grandma was a freak. Okay, I love my grandma. Rest in peace. I'm just saying. You never did the video where you're going to check out 100 books from the library. I'm going to do this video. I'm just so nervous to do it. So here's my plan for this video. I'm going to have to call the library first and explain to them what I'm doing. Now, the librarians at my library do know that I have a YouTube channel. This was purely by accident. So back when my YouTube channel started and it was Neva Reads Books, I set up like a business email. Does anyone message this email? No. But I set up like a business email that was nevareadsbooks@gmail.com. That's the email that I use for the library. And the librarian was like, oh, that's such a cute email handle. And like me being awkward and autistic was like, oh, thanks. It's my YouTube channel. That's literally what I said. And she was like, oh, you do YouTube? So like the librarians at my, like literally when Ari and I went to the library like a few weeks ago with my brother, one of the librarians was like, are you still doing your YouTube? And I was like, yes, I am. Okay. So I need to like call them and explain like what I'm doing before I just go in there and just, because they're going to be like, so I'm going to go in there and I'm going to be like, listen, I want to check out 100 books for a video. because I also need to find out if I can film in the library, because if they tell me I can't film in the library, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in, I'm going to check out the 100 books, and then I'll like figure out how I'm going to get them all home. I'm just kidding. I'll bring like a wagon or something to like wheel them out. But I'll bring them home with me, and then we can like go through the books that I checked out. But like also I need to have enough time at the library to actually pick 100 books that I would want to read, because I don't want to just like go in there and just be like grabbing books off the shelf that like I have no interest, you know? So I'm going to do this video. I just don't know when, because I also need to, maybe after Ari starts school again, because I need to do it on like a day when she's not with me, because I will go insane if she's like, Mom, what are you doing? There was one dude posting blogs about all this wild stuff with Nexium as far back as December, like a couple months before shit went live. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so the person that I know that reads at that 14 font size, she's the person that I got the ritual recommendation from.
Oh.
So she does read smut at the largest size. So like, ma'am, everyone knows what you're reading, which like the confidence, you know what I mean?
That's confidence. Yeah.
Braver than God, truly. I have no proof that the project by Courtney Summers was based on Nexium. It's probably a mix of cults, but it came out so soon after that my brain immediately went to that. I'm actually wondering if I have one on my shelf that I can't think of what it's called. Please Join Us. Someone said that it gave them Nexium vibes too, and I have that one on my shelf. It's actually an arc that I like won. No. Well, okay, so it was technically my first physical arc, because we did like a giveaway. Like I did a giveaway with some of my friends like at the beginning of like last year, and my friend that set it up was like, they were like, do you want to participate in this giveaway? And I was like, okay. And she was like, okay, so all of us that are hosting the giveaway, we all got an arc of the book. And then there were like winners, I think 2 winners or something, that also got a copy of the book. You know what I mean? But as hosts, we all got the book. And then I just, have I read it? No, I have not read it. Good night, Jean. The Rebecca Yarros experiment might be canceled. I'm not interested in any of the books. Oh, she's talking about the romance ones. Because Rebecca Yarros, I think before writing this book, was only writing like contemporary romance.
Yeah.
But this is just the book that like took off for her. Which, here's the thing. I feel like the marketing around this book is what made it take off. Because a lot of people ended up with physical arcs of this book. And then even more people ended up with digital arcs, like through NetGalley or whatever. But the 3 books that she had that were published previous to this are The Things We Leave Unfinished, Great and Precious Things, and The Last Letter. Which those all sound like contemporary romance to me. But I really think that what pushed this book was like the marketing.
She must have published them independently.
Maybe. Does she have like a bigger...
Well, because like this one's on there. Whoopsies. Hallowed Ground. Flight and Glory #4.
I mean, even like big authors like Colleen Hoover have books that were independently published.
Right.
Verity was independently published, so was Too Late, and so was Layla, and I think It Ends With Us was originally independently published. Like she published it herself and then it got picked up, I think is how that happened. Because like I think a lot of her books were self-pub and then she got them picked up by like, I don't know who did her out, to be honest, I swear I have read a Harlequin romance by Rebecca Yarros. I mean, maybe shit. I mean, I feel like anybody can write a Harlequin romance. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be
the Friends description from the TV show where Chandler's mom is describing her process. Just throw in 100 words for penis and bam, you've got yourself a book.
There you go. A little too close. 4.2 rating. Maybe I'll pick it up. I don't want to read it with my eyeballs. I have to figure it out. I mean, is there an audio? Or is this the only... I don't know. Audiobooks are expensive to make, so... Entangled Publishing is an indie publisher. I still read Harlequin.
There are some good Harlequin books.
Harlequins are fun. I'm really not discouraging anyone from reading Harlequin romance, okay? But I mean, if someone asked me for like good smut, like it wouldn't be Harlequin romance. But like if you just want like a fun time, you know what I mean? There you go. Plus they're like easy to read. Like they're very short. They just did beautifully by her for Fourth Wing. They really did.
It's really the book, like the way the book looks made a lot of people want to buy it, because usually to get a book with sprayed edges, you have to get a special edition from like Fairy Loot or what's the other one, Waterstone, or all those different like subscription services and stuff like that. So the fact that you were able to get like what looks like a special edition book just out of Target for $16, people weren't gonna pass that up. And then the hype over it got even more insane. Once you found out that they weren't publishing more of that version, then everybody started running to the store trying to find them.
Right. Yeah. And then, right. And everybody was like, well, if you can't find it in the wild, you're not going to find it. You know what I mean? And like, really the only reason that I didn't know anything about this book was not on my radar until Amazon started pushing it at me as a thing of like, because you've looked at this, maybe you'd be interested in that. And I was like, okay, well, like the cover itself is pretty. So let me pre-order this. Like, and the thing is I was like, even if this comes and I hate it, like the fact that it was $20 on Amazon and it had sprayed edges, which I hope that they do more books like this that come in a first edition with the sprayed edges. And I pray that they do all the rest of however many books she's going to include in this series this way, because otherwise, like, people that did get the sprayed edges are going to be like, okay, but why do not all the books match? Blaze Harlequin is good smut and not paid per page. What?
Like the Blaze line of Harlequin is like their smut line, and they're not paid per page like you're pucking around that has 700,000.
Pucking around was too long, but also it was worth all 758 pages. Okay. Yeah. It was worth it. Plus, really, I read more than that. I really read like in all with that, I read closer to like 1,000 pages because I read, because there's a novella that I would recommend reading before you jump into Pucking Around. She does give you a synopsis in the beginning of like what happens in the novella, so prior to the events of Pucking Around, so you don't have to read it. But like, I think it was only like 60 pages or something. Like, it wasn't super long, maybe 100 pages. It wasn't super long, but it was a fun time, and you got to see how two of the main characters met to begin with. You know what I mean? To me, it added a little bit of richness to Pucking Around. But then there's also the little novella thing that comes after, which is called Pucking Ever After Volume 1. And that one, it's like 6 scenes that like one of the scenes takes place during the events of Pucking Around. There's like an ice cream scene. It's not sexual, but there's like an ice cream scene because Jake has like a superpower where he knows everyone's favorite ice cream flavor. So in that story or that scene, you get to see how that played out, because we don't see that part of it. We see Rebecca and the other guy, the big grumpy one. We see them interacting, and then the other two come home with the ice cream. So you kind of get to see that part. You know what I mean? Like it runs parallel. But the rest of them are all scenes that happen like after the events of Pucking Around. But Pucking Wild comes out, I think, in August, and I'm ready because I know the couple that's going to be in Pucking Wild. And is it going to be like an 800-page book? Probably. Am I going to read it? Yes. Is it a reverse age gap? Also, yes, I'm ready. Okay. It was worth all like 1,000 pages of that little series that I read. It was the book itself was way too long. It didn't need
Yeah, I just think that some books in Kindle Unlimited are like they're some authors are putting their books in Kindle Unlimited, and then like when they're writing books, they're like writing a couple like more pages than they're planning to because they get paid by the page. Like
right. Yeah. And my thing is like I do read a lot more like indie authors with KU anyway. And like I don't this could just be a me thing, but like I don't tend to check the page count before I read a book on my Kindle. So you're going to get me to read an 800-page romance on Kindle Unlimited because if you buy me the book, like if I had like ordered Pucking Around off of Amazon as a paperback, and I'm going to order it. But if I had ordered it to come to my house so I could read it, I wouldn't have read it. I would have been like, why is this as thick as a freaking novel? But like because I read it on my Kindle, like now I'm like, well, now I want it as a book that I add to my shelf, even though it's gonna be a thick boy. Like, but I've already read it, so like I already know that it's this is for you now.
I know how. Like, where are you looking, Elises? Are you looking? Because when I look at Barnes, the only one that I see is the first one and the second one. I don't see any other ones that come after that.
Thank God. I was gonna say I pre-ordered Iron Flames, I think off of Amazon. I may change it. Well, I may also order a copy off Barnes and Noble just because I can go pick up a Barnes and Noble pre-order, like from a store. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like Amazon really be doing me dirty with fucking my books up. They didn't mess this book up, but like they really will send me a damaged book.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I hate you. Jeff Bezos doesn't care about sending me a damaged book at all. But like I hope that they do more books that their first editions, at least their first editions, have the sprayed edges. Just because, I mean, otherwise we're paying like $50 or more. You know what I mean?
I just don't even see like where, because even on like Amazon, I only see the second book. I don't see anything past that.
Yeah,
there's another comment about that publisher. And that publisher has other pretty books.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Which I mean, that's fair because that means that means it's a limited edition thing. You know what I mean? And that'll also garner people to
pre-order, which gets a bigger first run,
right? Especially people that missed the Fourth Wing pre-order or didn't pre-order Fourth Wing because they didn't know if they would like it or whatever like that. That are like, well, I wanted the sprayed edges and I can't get the sprayed. You know what I'm saying? Because like my friend that she said that she ordered Fourth Wing like 3 weeks ago off Amazon and she just got it yesterday and she was like, I was upset because it came and it didn't have the sprayed edges. And I was like, clear. And I told her, I was like, obviously you don't follow like that side of Instagram. I was like, because literally it's that round has been sold out. I was like, the book that you got is a second edition book. Like it's not a first edition book. And she was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, they sold out after like 4 weeks, and it's only been out for like 8 weeks at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Got so many of the pretty books for $16. Yeah, Yeah, and I think and now it's gonna be like, oh well, I didn't, well, I have the first one that has the sprayed edges. I need the second one that has sprayed edges, so I'm gonna pre-order. Or it's gonna be people that missed the sprayed edges for the first one that want the sprayed edges for the second one. So either way, like her pre-order run is gonna be much bigger this time around than it was last time around.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Ooh, this is pretty. I was just looking at a review for this book earlier today.
For which book?
One for My Enemy by Olivia Blake.
I need to read something by her because I've read nothing by her at all. Like literally. Okay, here's my question: does she write like flowery?
I don't know. I've never read anything by Olivia Blake because I want to read the Atlas 6, but I haven't read it, and that's the only other series that I know of that this author has written.
Yeah, I want to read Atlas 6 too. I should have read it last month with B&K Book Club, but I didn't because that was what they read it last month for their book club, and I just didn't pick it up, and like I should have. To be honest, like I should have picked it up.
I think they wrote Alone with You in the Ether, but I haven't read that either.
Yeah, I think they also wrote that, but I also haven't read it. But people just talk about them like Olivia Reads a Latte. She talks about Olivia Blake all the time, and I'm like, okay, now I want to read Olivia Blake. I do tend to vibe with her with books.
Oh, is this a new cover? That's not what my cover looks like for Shadow and Bone.
Oh, and I'm about to go look because I have Shadow and Bone on my shelf too.
My Shadow and Bone is blue. This
mine
one's like green or something. I've never seen this cover before.
Let me look.
It's at Target.
At Target?
Yeah.
Because that's where I got mine from, was Target, and it was a blue cover with like yellow. It's like blue with like yellow writing.
That's what mine looks like.
If Target will load, god dang. So I think this is it's the movie tie-in for Netflix. The green one, it's got like a girl on the cover. Yeah, that's like the movie tie-in cover. Because mine has the ugly permanent Netflix sticker on it, so like I can't like put it anywhere. Like I can't like see it anywhere. Because they all have the permanent sticker. Like, who thought that was a good idea? A man who doesn't read, clearly. I just don't like. I'm sorry. I just don't feel like any person that actually reads a book was like, "This is a good idea. Let's just slap a permanent sticker on the front of a book." No one thought that actually reads books.
No.
In my opinion. All right. Well, I just grabbed the Atlas 6 from the library.
From what?
The library.
Oh.
Hopefully, it's not like burning. I need it to be good. I think Kelsey said she gave it 4 stars. I think it's like Dark Academia. And I was gonna go pick up Ollie from work. What?
You can't pre-order Iron Flame from Target.
You can't?
Nope.
That's crazy. You can from Barnes and you can from Amazon.
That is so crazy.
I wonder why they won't let you.
They said it's sold out.
Maybe they only got a certain amount of books.
That's wild. Time to go to Amazon.
Yeah, because I pre-ordered mine from Amazon.
That is so crazy.
Wow.
That is nuts that they're like, oh, it's sold out. That means they must have only gotten like a certain amount of books.
Yeah, like they're given,
like whoever
designated a certain amount,
yeah,
a certain number.
That is so nuts to me. That like a book that's not even out yet is already sold out. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But I'm not even mad about getting it from Target. I mean, from Amazon, because it's cheaper on Amazon.
It is. It's cheaper on Amazon than it is anywhere else.
Yeah, which is weird. So I'm not complaining. The question is, when are they going to take the payment out? That's what I need to know.
So they'll take the payment out 2 days before the book releases.
Oh, okay.
That way you're guaranteed like the 2-day shipping.
Perfect.
Because that actually reminds me, I have the Riley Sager book coming out on the 20th, so I need to make sure that I have money in my account on the 18th. Yeah, because that's because like it's like if you have like Amazon Prime or whatever, they still honor that 2-day shipping, so they will remove it 2 days before it's supposed to come out.
Love that. I need to put a reminder in my calendar.
That's what I do. I put like in my budget calendar, and then also in my, because like my budget calendar is like where I put all my bills. So I'm like, oh, I have a pre-order coming out, and then I also put it in like my main calendar that I look at every week, so that I can put it in my weekly spread every week, so that I don't forget. But yeah, I do most of my, honestly, I don't love to support Amazon, but I do most of my pre-orders from Amazon because they have the best pricing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And they do the thing where if you pre-order it and then the price goes down, you get the lower price.
You get the lower price, but if the price goes up, they leave it at
your pre-order price.
Oh, that's cool.
The pre-order price.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So and Amazon will fluctuate both ways. So like my copy of It Ends With Us, at some point it flexed down by like $5, but then right before it released, it flexed back up like over $5 over the pre-order price. But because I had already pre-ordered the book, my price was locked in. So yeah.
Yes, Lisa, you did tell us this. You definitely did. And I completely forgot. But it's all good. I need to find someone who's selling their first edition Fourth Wing for not $200.
Bro, the prices for Fourth Wing, if you want, my God. Like, I'm just, which, like, okay. Like, I understand. Like, at this point, it's a special edition. You know what I mean? But, like,
yeah, I'm not paying that much money.
So much. Like, it's just, especially for a book that's not old. Like,
yeah,
literally, it came out 8 weeks ago, and y'all are like $200 for a first edition.
Right.
If you're selling it, you didn't like it that much.
Right.
In my opinion.
Or they bought it, just they could sell it.
Or that, which is also grimy to me, but like, okay.
Yeah.
Because like I don't love, and the thing is like I didn't realize that people did this with books until I really became a part of the book community. But people in the diaper bag community, which that sounds ridiculous when I say it, but like there are like elite diaper bag companies. Okay. So one of those is Jujubee, another is like Petunia Picklebottom. Petunia Picklebottom tends to run like limited editions of like Disney prints. I think they might have done like a Harry Potter print. I don't know. But Jujubee does like prints with everybody. So they've done like multiple like Sanrio and like Hello Kitty prints that are limited. They've done if you know what Tokidoki is, I didn't know what it was until I bought things from Jujubee, but it's kind of like the same art style as like Sanrio. But they also do like Harry Potter limited edition ones. They do Disney, like they do all these like limited editions. So people will go and they will buy multiples of these bags and then sell them at like double the price. These bags, by the way, are already like the big bags that are like, okay, so like this is a Jujubee bag. Okay. This print came out like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. I did not buy this print when it first came out. I bought this off of Amazon at a discount. Even at a discount, this bag cost me $65, I think. But I like the Jujubee bags because I can machine wash them. So like I can take everything out and I can put them inside of a pillowcase and then I can wash them in the washing machine. And the fabric is good and it's what is that called? Like waterproof. So like if something spills inside the bag, it's not gonna like drip out or whatever. Okay, so at retail, this bag was almost $100. It was like $95, I think. I bought it for $60 off of Amazon. But the other bags that they have, like I have one that's they don't make it anymore, but it was like a Honeydukes print. It's very obnoxious. I can't believe I bought it, to be honest. But it's like bright pink and it has like Honeydukes sweets on it, like from Harry Potter. That bag cost me $180 because it's like a convertible bag that you can wear like crossbody or backpack, whatever like that. I've used it Ari's entire life as her diaper bag. So you are already spending like on the high end, you're already spending like $200 on these bags, and then people will buy them and then resell them for like $400. I'm not gonna pay that much. I'm sorry. Like I'm not. And like I'll see like prints from like years ago, like that have been that were discontinued years ago, that will pop up in my Amazon sometimes, where people will be reselling them on Amazon, like their wallets and shit, for like 4 times the price that the original was. And I'm like, who is paying $400 for a wallet? Not me.
That's crazy.
I don't care how cute I think the print is. And I'm Hello Kitty obsessed, just so everyone knows. But like I'm absolutely not gonna do that.
I think she was talking to somebody on Facebook already about like somebody already is like planning to buy it from her.
Furthering was available maybe 2 weeks after it came out, a whole bunch, then Target reduced it even more, folks ran to buy them. Yeah. And like the Barnes & Noble near me did the same thing, where they were only like, they had the stock, but they were only putting like 4 or 5 copies out at a time to get people to come in and buy them, because Mr. Reading with Eva actually said that he wanted me to go to Barnes & Noble and try to buy it, and I was like, no. Because he was like, you should go get another copy. And at first I was like, okay, cool. And then like the day after he said that, the shit was like exploding on Instagram, where I was seeing that like, oh, it's sold out. If you want a copy, you have to find it in the wild. And I went to him and he was like, did you want to go get a copy of that? And I was like, no. I was like, because if I find a copy, either it's going to be like damaged from people like messing with it. You know what I mean? Or I'm going to have to fight somebody at Barnes & Noble to get it. And I was like, and I'm not going to do either of those things. Like, I have a copy of it, so, like, it's not a big deal. And I was like, and if I sell it, like, I'm not just going to sell it. Like, I will find someone. At this point, Nell has spoken for my copy. I was like, but I'll find someone that, like, wants it, that will, like, give it a good home. Like, I'm not just going to just, like, I don't know. And I know that people put, like, their special editions and stuff up on things like Pango, but like I've never been able to justify buying special editions. Now the Crescent City special editions that were circulating like a couple weeks ago, I really want those, but for me to get both of them, they're like $75 each after the shipping, and I'm like, I cannot justify over $200 on 2 books. Like I can't, like I literally cannot justify it. But like if I was going to pay that much for a special edition, I wouldn't just put it on Pango if I decided I didn't want it anymore. I would be like, hey, did you want this? Like I would find someone
Right.
that would want it. You know what I mean? And then be like, I will give this to you at a discounted price.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I wouldn't just sell it. Like people are real brave spending their money like that and then just selling them on Pango.
Right.
Now, like people that are in like the UK and stuff, I get it a little bit more because like it seems like they get access to the sprayed edges more often than we do.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's normal for them, not normal, but you know what I mean? It's more normal for them to like go to the store and see like a YA book with sprayed edges.
Mm-hmm.
So like I get why they would do it, but like in America, you are paying real money for sprayed edges, or you are learning how to spray the edges yourself. You know what I mean? Because like now people are doing that instead. Hello, Jessica.
Hey.
Also, I need to find someone that can bind. Either I need to find someone that can bind some fan fiction for me, or I need to figure out how to do it myself. Because these people with like bound fan fiction, like I'm having real FOMO about it. Because they really be taking the bound fan fictions and like putting them up like on their shelf, like where you can see them in their videos. And I'm like, I literally want your bound a version, a like edition of Manacled. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, have I read Manacled? No. Is it on my Kindle? Yeah. I haven't actually read the book. You know what I'm saying? But I just want it. Like, but also the few people that I follow that do it, you pay them for like the service itself, and their commission starts at like $200. Absolutely not. Like, because you can't pay them for the actual book, like the actual story, because it's not their story. You know what I mean? Like they have to like get permission and all that shit. But like you're paying them for like the time it takes and then the shipping. Let me go tell the people in my house, like, hey, I'm gonna spend $200 on a bound fan fiction. They would be like, no, you're not. What the fuck do you mean? Absolutely not. But maybe I should just figure out how to do it myself. They make it look easy, but I feel like it's not easy at all. Did we read this? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see. And does anyone know if like Walmart had Fourth Wing?
I have no idea. They probably did.
I know Meyer did, and like where I live, Meyer is in like direct competition with Target. Like they're basically trying to be Target at this point. They just have like a bigger. It's like a cross between like a super Walmart and like a super Target, because like they have like Meyer has like an actual, like a full what is that called? Like grocery section.
Mm-hmm.
But they have like Target tends to just have like certain things in their grocery section. Like Meyer has a full grocery section, but also has the Starbucks. So I'm like, are you trying to be Target just with more groceries? Because that's what it feels like. Someone on Facebook is selling the regular Fourth Wing for $65.
I've seen that. I've seen on Pango some people are selling it for $75.
Wait, the one without sprayed edges?
Yes.
That's not even a special edition, bro.
I know.
Like at this point, the way you're getting it is without the sprayed edges. Okay, I'm not trying to be funny. But like people really, really be thinking that Fourth Wing is worth more than it is, bro. Because if she had said that they were selling the sprayed edges version for $65, I'd be like, okay, if it's in like brand new condition,
right,
that's about what you would pay for a sprayed edges book anyway. So like maybe you could justify that. But for no sprayed edges, when I can just go on Amazon and order the shit myself for $16, no, absolutely not. Because I'm pretty sure now it's back. I mean, is it back to where you can just order it from?
Probably.
I'm about to look. Yeah, so it's $17.99 for the hardcover, which I think is about what I paid for the sprayed edges. Yeah, and it's saying that it's saying that I can get free Prime delivery between July 5th and 27th. So they still might be playing catch up a little bit. Like with trying to get the books out to the people that have ordered them. You know what I mean? Because when I click on Serpent and the Wings of Night, that's saying that I can get it today by 10 a.m. So, which I have access to same day delivery where I live because we're like 10 minutes from a distribution center.
Yeah.
But it's giving me like the Prime same day. So it's possible that they're still playing catch up with Fourth Wing. But Iron Flame is also only $17.99 on if you pre-order it on so many books are coming out on the 7th of November. Because Iron Flame is coming out on that day, and so is the second Legends and Lattes book.
The second what?
Legends and Lattes book. Which I also pre-ordered that. But both of those books, I guess, happy birthday to me, because the next day is my birthday. So they'll arrive at my house on the 7th, and then the 8th, I'll be like, this is my birthday haul to myself. So. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's weird that you would try to sell a second edition for that much.
Yep.
I hope you just ordered yours off Amazon now. Like
Yeah, you talking about which one are you talking about?
Fourth Wing.
Oh, I ordered mine through Barnes and Noble.
Okay, good.
By the time I guess it shipped, they didn't have any more of the.
Yeah, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, Jessica said, "I love this book, but it wasn't $75 good."
Yeah.
like I said, if it was this way.
Yeah, I would pay $65 for that.
Okay, $65, $70 for that. Okay, fine. Like I can justify that, but like for it to have bare edges,
for it to look like the book that I already own,
no.
Nice.
Yeah, Jessica said she listened to all of you too. Yeah, and like I said, I got a little crazy. Okay, I got crazy because I like pre-ordered the audiobook because I knew the thing was that I knew that I wasn't going to read it physically, but I wanted the physical book, you know? So like I pre-ordered the audio and the physical book, and then I was like, it got here and I was like, but am I going to highlight the physical book without the ebook first? And like, no, I'm not. So then I ordered the ebook too. But that's fine. I mean, my ebooks, I can justify ebooks to myself because they're not actually taking up any space. You know? So if they don't get read, they don't get read. But yeah. And Jessica got the Audible edition. That's what I got also. It is also on Scribd, but I didn't know that when I ordered the Audible edition, like when I pre-ordered. Which I wouldn't have known that anyway until it was released. And I didn't think Fourth Wing would be on Scribd. Because Scribd is not usually good at giving us like brand new releases. Like when I
was pretty shocked.
Yeah, like when Brittany said it's on Scribd, I was like, it is. And I mean it definitely is. But like Fake Dates and Mooncakes, I tried to look that to see if that was on Scribd, the audio, and it's not. Like it says that it's not. I think it might be some places, but because when it pops up, it says that it's not available in my country, which tells me that it's available somewhere. Because otherwise, it would just say that it's not
available on Scribd.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get this boy to bed, ma'am. Is it 12:34 for you, Chris? Like, are you on Eastern time? I mean, Ari, I'm pretty sure fell asleep at like 9:45, something like that. Because when we started the sprint, I went and I checked on her, and she was not asleep yet. So like I covered her up, and then she was like, "Good night, Mom." And I was like, "Good night, Ari." And then I went to close her door, and all I heard was, and then I went back in there after I put the laundry in, and she was asleep. So. Maybe like did they jack the price up?
Or that it's on Script?
Or that it's on Scribd. Maybe that it's on Scribd. That could be. Maybe.
Central.
Okay, so it's an hour behind. So 11:35.
That's still pretty late.
Amy's in Wisconsin. That's how she knows.
I am, and I'm falling asleep.
She's over here like, good night.
I'm falling fast over here.
Okay. Honestly, me too. I need to take a shower still too. And I have to try to make myself stay up till 4 a.m. or my sleep schedule is going to be crap come Saturday. Thank you, guys. Oh, hold on. My library had ordered 40 plus audiobooks of this. The hype was so
yeah, it was
weird.
crazy. When I looked at Seattle ordered like 500 plus copies of the audiobook for Fourth Wing. And then I guess people weren't checking them out. So then it dropped down to like 2 something. And now it's down. Well, last time I checked, it was down to like 106 or something. So they're like slowly getting rid of them. And I'm like, why did you guys buy 500? Like that just seems
Why did you buy so many? Like, let me see how many copies. Okay, so my library immediately in my state, so in my Indianapolis library, it's saying that for the audiobook is a 17-week wait, but there are 25 copies. So they ordered, which I feel like that's a good amount of copies to order. Like, why did you order 500? It's fine. But there's 204 people waiting in total for the book. And then 8 people per copy. So like, which I think it's cool that they like break it down for you to like, so you can kind of figure out how long it's gonna take. But like, I feel like 25 to 50 copies is the most that you need. And if my library feels like 25 copies isn't quite enough, they will up it by 25. So at some point it might jump up to like 50.
Right.
Kansas City Public Library has copies right now of Fourth Wing.
That's where I'm reading mine from right now.
Yeah, and I mean the ebook they grabbed 58 copies. It only has a 12-week wait. They bought 58 copies. 328 people waiting in total for an ebook copy and 6 people waiting for a copy. But like, I feel like 60 copies is better than 500. Why did you order so many? And now you're returning them all? Like,
it was really weird when I noticed it because I started looking like weeks ago because I wanted to make sure that I would have a copy like before everybody like, took them. So I had gotten mine through Kansas City, but I knew that my Kansas City, like I knew that I was running out of days and I knew this book was long. The last time I read a book this long was in January and it took me like somewhere between like 10 to 12 days to finish it. This I will probably finish like tomorrow, hopefully. And I just started it on Sunday. So I'm way, reading this way faster than I read ACOWAR back in January. But I was scared because I was like, what if I run out of time? Like, I don't want to have to get back in line. So I started looking at other libraries to see like who had copies available. I looked at Seattle. It was like 500. I was like, whoa. It was like 520 or 530 or something crazy like that. I was like, whoa, that's a lot. And only like, I don't know, 3 of them were in use. I was like, that's weird. And then I checked back a couple of days later because I, slowly running out of time. Well, let me see if they still have some. I might need to get it. I might need to return Kansas City so I can check out Seattle so I can get more time. I went back and looked. It was like down to 200 and something, like 240 or something like that. I was like, wasn't this at 500 the last time? And then I went back maybe like 2 or 3 days ago and it was down to like 106 or something. I was like, okay, what is happening right now? Why is this number slowly going down?
People just those digital copies though, they can only be read so many times. So is that why it's going down? Or is it?
I feel like they're returning them to wherever they got them from.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
because I see other libraries, like I forget which one. It might have been Maryland or it might have been Florida, but there was another one where it was like, a 13-week wait. And I'm like, well, shoot, that they took some of the ones that Seattle has. People could read them right now.
Yeah, and my thing is like, why did Seattle, why? I just feel like it's smarter to order less, You know what I mean? Because like the Jeanette McCurdy book, like my library, my Indianapolis library, I think when they first bought audiobooks, they did like a thing where they send us a thing like in email, like if they think that there's a book that is going to be very popular, basically like a poll type thing to see how many people are interested in reading it.
Mm-hmm.
But even for the Jeanette McCurdy book, they only bought 70 audiobooks to begin with. They increased it, I think, to 85. But that was because there were so many people that were utilizing Libby to try to get it that they were like, okay. I mean, because at one point, like when I put in I was one of the first people to get that audiobook. But when I put it in before the release date. So it was like basically like a pre-hold. And when I went to go check my hold, I think like 3 or 4 days after, there were already like 1,000 people waiting for the book. And it was telling me like, oh, I think I was like 5th in line or something.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, thank God I put it in there. I'd be waiting fucking like 3 months to read this shit. I meant on Scribd. Yeah, it could be because it was an indie author. I was just really surprised it was on there. Also, I'm a little bit annoyed because apparently Terms and Conditions came out as a freaking ebook or an audiobook on May 23rd. It's fine. I'll probably have to listen to it now because I actually liked the fine print as an audiobook, but they hadn't, like, Audible wasn't even giving me a release date for Terms and Conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, clearly we're not getting an ebook or an audiobook anytime soon. And then I guess my library has it. That's how I know. We're on vacation. I've given up. Sometimes it bees like that. Saw eyelids drooping. You know what? He's fighting it, which is part of the problem. Ari likes to do that too. That's why she was like running around in here, and I was like, bro, stop. Because like you're literally just trying to keep your adrenaline going. Just calm down. Some libraries have limits. I don't remember the specifics, but Ashley talked about it.
Yeah.
But like, how did you order that many books? That just, I'm sorry, that just seems wasteful to me. Like, which like I understand that like when it comes to like digital copies, there's not necessarily like a cap on it. You know what I mean? Because you can produce more digital copies, but like, it just seems like that seems just like poor planning. Like maybe they typed something in wrong. Like maybe it was supposed to only be 50 and somebody typed in an extra 0. It just seems like such an exorbitant amount of audiobooks.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Like 500? Like unless you're giving it to an entire university. Oh look, Spare is available to borrow. I'm not reading that. After seeing everyone's reviews, no thanks. Did you read that?
No.
Ashley read it, and maybe Bree read it too. I think Bree read it because I think it was Bree's review that I saw that I was like, never mind, I'm not going to read this book. There's a limit on some of the digital copies. Like they basically have them for either X amount of days or read X times, and then they have to give it back.
Oh, okay.
500 still seems like
it wasn't even that 500 was a lot because I figured with the hype that there might actually be like that many people that want this book. But what was weird to me was that they had that many copies, but there were only like 3 or 4 checked out, and I was like, okay, you guys definitely overshot this one.
Right. Okay. So does Seattle allow for you to get an e-card if you're out of state?
I don't know.
She's saying Broward, because I have a Broward County card, which is Florida. They ordered only 30 and have 409 holds, but Seattle is taking on folks from all over the country with their new program. Because I just typed it in to see. If you're able, like, I'm looking to see if you're able to, like, get an e-card without living in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, that would maybe make sense if they thought, like, oh, people from all over are going to want to get it.
Mm-hmm.
It says most people who live, work, or go to school in King County. No.
That's what I thought. It was people who lived there, worked there, or went to school there or something. But I did hear something. Maybe it was Elyse's that was talking about it. But I remember somebody saying something in the last couple of weeks about, like, with all the book ban stuff, that Seattle was doing something, like opening their doors to people or something like that. I don't really know.
I don't know. I mean, if they are, it's not evident on their website.
Yeah.
Because when I click get a library card, it just says that most people who live, work, or go to school in King County can get a free library card and get instant access to library materials and resources. Submit the form on this page to sign up.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's obvious, like, they already fill in, like, your state for you. So, like, I don't feel like you can
be out of state
for it. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Maybe Elyse's can tell us, like, what the program is. Because, I mean, it makes sense that more libraries will be doing something to help with the book bans and stuff. Especially with the way Florida's going right now. I'm so glad I don't live in that state anymore, to be honest. I'm just saying. Okay. I was there for the cluster that was 2020. And I didn't think it could get worse, but clearly. And now DeSantis is, like, running for presidency. If anyone votes for him, I'm coming to your house. I'm just kidding. It's an e-card. Is there, like, is there somewhere to, like, sign up for it? Maybe it's in, hold on. Programs and services, maybe? Oh, they have a program for adults 50 years and older. That's nice. Yeah, because they definitely don't make it evident, like, on their website as to what it is.
Ooh, non-resident cars cost $85 for Washington State residents outside the Seattle area.
$85 like a year?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could do $85 a year. Here's the thing. I always get skeptical about purchasing e-cards. Like, even though usually they're, like, a yearly subscription thing. I think I get nervous about it because I'm like, okay, but what if, like, their selection is trash? Because, like, if somebody told me that like Volusia County, Florida would allow them to purchase an e-card, I would tell you not to do it. Because, like, I have a free e-card because I used to live in Volusia County. I have a free, like, physical card, so I can use Libby and Hoopla. It's actually what I use. I use my Hoopla through them because Indiana Hoopla is kind of trash, to be honest. But, like, their Libby library is trash. Like, I would never tell you to, like, go get an e-card. Like, go get an e-card from them. Because, like, their stuff is not good. Give me a minute. I have the info. I just have to search. You gotta check first. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I would need time to, like, make sure that, like, their Libby, like, that their ebook catalog was, like, worth it to me. Because $85, even a yearly fee, that's, like, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like, what I pay for Amazon Prime in a year. I think. Because I think I paid the $100, like, Amazon Prime. Look at all Libby libraries prior to getting a card.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. How do you do that?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Hold on. Listen, and I thought I knew a lot about Libby. because I feel like I switched over to Libby before everybody else did. Like, everyone else was still using Overdrive when, like, and I, like, switched over to Libby when it was in beta. Just because... Okay. Elise's had to put her suit down. Seattle Public Library and choose books unbanned card. Okay. Hold on.
I need to go to bed.
Okay, go to
I'm
bed.
like dying.
We're about to get off here in a minute. I just need to see what this is.
All right. Good night.
Good night. You're hanging out.
Thanks for inviting me.
Okay, so it looks like if you are 13 to 26, you can do it.
That's it?
Yeah. It says books unbanned. It says teens and young adults ages 13 to 26 living anywhere in the U.S. can access our entire collection of ebooks and audiobooks. We believe in your right to read what you want, discover yourself, and form your own opinions. Fill out the simple form at the bottom of this page to get a books unbanned card.
Oh, wow.
Let me go down. So it says name, email address, city, state or U.S. territory, date of birth, and then you would choose a 4-digit PIN. Why did you apply? Can we feature your response above? So, like, I don't know how. Like, I almost want to fill this out just to see if you can do it.
What information do they ask you for?
Honestly, nothing. They ask you for your name, your email address, your city, your state, your date of birth, a 4-digit PIN, and then optional, you can say why you applied and how the card will be helpful to you. And then they ask if they can feature your response on the website or other library materials. So, like, are they doing some kind of a background check to make sure that people are 13 to 26? Like, is that legal? But I mean, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you put in, because, like, I could go in and I could put in, like, my sister's date of birth, which she was born in 2003. She's 19. So I could go in there and put 2003. But, like, are you going to check that? Like, I almost want to fill it out just to see if they'll check it. Yeah. And I mean, I think there were other libraries that were doing similar thing. Wasn't Brooklyn Library doing that too, where during the pandemic where they were allowing you to get, like, allowing kids?
They were doing something during the pandemic, but I think it's over now.
Yeah, it is. It is over now, but it was like kids like 8 to 21 or something. Like there was like an age bracket, but like with it asking so little questions, I'm wondering, like, and then you can check out up to 10 books at a time and put up to 5 books on hold. Your card will be valid for 1 year. And then they just have a bunch of, like, resources. Like, they have different books that have been banned. But, like, I almost want to fill this out just to see what kind of... Yeah, because, like, it says who can get a card. And then it says if you live or work in Seattle, you should apply for a Seattle Public Library card. But they do allow you to check books out for 21 days, which none of my cards let me do that. They're all 14.
Really?
Days. Yeah, all of mine are 14 days.
All of mine are 21.
Are
you sure?
At least my Indianapolis one is, which is the one that I use the most frequently. Look at this.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Fill this shit out.
Wow.
Here's the thing. Like, I understand, like, it is gaming the system. You know what I'm saying? Like, to do it. But, like, also, I just feel like library cards should be accessible to everyone.
I agree.
So, like, I don't even feel bad that I have 6 library cards. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Because if, like, because my thing is, like, if one library doesn't have it, another library is bound to. And I think
I don't feel like I shouldn't be able to read it just because I don't live in that state.
Right. And especially for places like Utah, where they have a lot of books that are banned or not available in their libraries because of how, like, religious it is there. Like, I just feel like I think it's weird to be like, well, if you don't live in this state, you can't have a library card to this state. Like, especially if it's just an e-library card, like,
Exactly.
you're not even losing any money, bro.
Exactly.
Because literally, if I download something from Libby and then I don't return it, it just returns itself.
Exactly.
So it's not like I'm incurring fees. You know what I mean? Y'all funny. I think it gives me away my age. Can't be seen.
Canada.
Right. I don't know. I just feel like it's weird to put like a boundary like that. Because even for me to reinstate, so I've literally had a library card in my home, like in my hometown, since I was a freshman in high school. Because that's when we moved. Well, yeah, because that's when we moved to that town that I consider like hometown. Freshman in high school, right? So when I went back in 2021 with Ari, I wanted to basically renew my card, but I knew that it had fees. We're not going to talk about how many dollars I had to pay, how many hundreds of dollars I had to pay. It was a lot, okay? But I had to pay to get my card back. And then she was like, well, you can pay the fee, but I can't reinstate your card unless I have a piece of mail showing that you live here. So I was like, okay. So, like, I literally lied to her. Like, I lied. I was like, okay, well, we just moved back in with my stepdad, which my stepdad literally lives, like, here's the library. His house is, like, over here. It's, like, behind the library and over a block. Like, it's right there. Like, I can walk there. And she was like, okay, well, what I can do is I can send a postcard to your house, and then when the postcard arrives, you bring it in, and that works as, like, a piece of mail. Clearly, I don't live there. But I just think it's like an odd thing if I don't need a physical card. All I want from these other states is an e-card. Yeah. I want access to your Libby and your Hoopla. That's it. Right. So, like, just give me the e-card.
Yeah.
You're losing nothing. It's just a number. I have 3. Let me see how many I have. I have 4 currently. I have 2 Florida cards because I have one from Volusia County and one from Broward, and then I have my Indianapolis card, and then I have my Bridges card, which is from I'm about to go get that card. Oh, thank you to ML. She's not here anymore, but thank you to her for that. LA County, Long Beach, and Riverside County. Gotcha. Okay. The only thing is, I know that California cards are harder to get because my dad has a Los Angeles County card, and they put you through he said that they put you through the ringer before you can get. Like, they want, like, a piece of mail. They want to see your ID. Like, they want all of the shit. So, like, I can't even like, use his address to try to get the card. LAPL does a weird postcard shit, which, I mean, is better, I guess. But, like, I just feel like just let people get an e-card from your library. No one's asking you to physically check anything out.
Right.
Because really, I have books checked out right now, but, like, we only go to the library every couple months. Like, most of my library reading is done through Libby. Like, I don't go to the library. And even when I grabbed books from the library this time, I then went on Libby to get the audios. So, like, It is what it is. Strange because Long Beach is part of LA County. Interesting. Oh, because she has 2 different cards. She has LA County and Long Beach. For some reason, they're different. Interesting. LA County is the OG. I'm going to try to get the Seattle card because, like, why not? Truthfully. Because clearly they're giving you access to everything if their ages are 13 to 26, because 26-year-olds aren't necessarily reading YA. I want City of Palmdale, but they're on some shit. That's what he has. He has City of Palmdale. That's what my dad has, because he lives in Palmdale, and they put you through the ring. Like, they put you through freaking everything. Like, they want, like, your address. They want, like, he said that they send you a thing. Like, he said that when he got his Palmdale card, what they did was they wanted his ID and a piece of mail showing that he lived at his address, right? Then they give you, like, a temporary card so that you can check shit out, like, that day. But then they send you the physical card and then give you, like, 30 days to bring the physical card back in.
It's ridiculous.
What? Like, ma'am, all I want is Libby. Like, that's all I want. I also remember all my old addresses and phone numbers from living in California. Gotcha.
I didn't see it either. I had to go to Google, and I Googled Seattle Public Library unbanned books, and then it found the page that way.
Yeah, I went to the actual website, like to the Seattle website, and then I searched unbanned books. Is what I searched, and then it gave me, like, it said at first that it couldn't find the result, but then there was, like, a link at the bottom, and I clicked that, and it took me to the page.
Yeah.
Burbank is also LA County. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like just open the doors for e-cards. Like, I just think it's stupid. My brother used to live in Cerritos, and they won't even let you check out books if you aren't a resident.
Wow.
It's just so weird.
Oh, no problem.
Super bougie, yeah. I grew up in Palmdale. Yeah, my stepmom grew up in Palmdale. So that's where they live now. I don't know. They lived there for like 20 years or something. But my stepmom, like, literally grew up in Palmdale. Like, they literally live in, like, her childhood home and shit. So, yeah. But they, like, put you through some shit to get a fucking card. Because I was like, can I even get an e-card? And he was like, no. And he was like, they only started doing e-cards during 2020, which he said they still have that option if all you want is to access Libby. Like, if you're never planning on going into the library, he's like, but you still have to have, like, a living address and then prove that you live there. And I'm like, just open. I mean, especially with, like, all the books being banned and stuff, just open the libraries at this point. Because, like, especially kids that are in, like, Utah or Florida where they're, like, heavy banning books, like, we're literally just making it so that they can't have access to shit. And it's weird to me. I don't know. It's weird to me.
Yeah.
All right, friends. I have nothing else to say at this point. Nell looks like she wants to sleep, and I kind of want to sleep too. So, anything going on? Okay, next weekend are the 24-hour sprints. As soon as everyone, including myself, because I haven't done it yet, I'm working on the thumbnail. But as soon as everyone gets their videos done, Bree from 4 Paws in a Book is going to help me try to figure out how to make it so you can, like, jump from one video to the next. We don't know how to do that, but we're gonna figure it out somehow. But there's a graphic pinned to my Instagram. I'm going to repost it to my community tab for those that, like Jessica, that don't have Instagram, because I know she doesn't have Instagram. And that's the schedule as of right now for whose channels everything will be on, and I will on the community tab I will tag everyone that's doing it. But that's really all I have on my channel. There will be no Thursday sprints next week because we're doing 24-hour sprints. We don't be doing that many sprints because I will die. Nell, do you have anything on your channel that you want to share?
I do not have a video coming out tomorrow like I normally do because I got wasted last weekend and did not recover in time to be able to edit, so there will not be a video tomorrow. But between tomorrow's video that was supposed to go up And then all the videos that I'm going to be filming like this weekend while I'm on my staycation, there will be content coming. It just won't be tomorrow.
That's fair. That's fair. She was like, there's no. You know, sometimes we need like a day to be wasted. You know
it was my
I mean?
sister's birthday, so we went out and we had a great time.
Palmdale really can be whack. Also, why are the prices in California so high? Like, and I'm not talking about like buying shit at the store. I'm talking about like, why do I know how much Taco Bell things should be? Like things at Taco Bell, and they're like at least $4 more.
I'm not surprised.
In Palmdale, like, it does not make me want to buy a cheesy gordita crunch. Okay, that's all I'm saying. No problem. I have no videos coming out anytime soon, to be honest. All of the stuff that I am currently working on is stuff that's going to basically take me all month. So like I have like my wrap up vlog for June. You're not going to see that till the beginning of July, as usual. And then unless I just burn out on, well, I'm not going to burn out on gay books. So you're not seeing that until July or the end, like very end of June. But unless I burn out on dragon books, you're not going to see that vlog until the end of the month either. Because I told myself that for this month, I would allow myself to do vlogs, those 2 vlogs to take all month. So I have no videos. I just have 24-hour sprints coming soon. So, no problem. Bro, California is, I could never live there. Like I'm poor as it is. Like I thought Florida was bad. Like I could never live in California. Like I would literally be living in a cardboard box, like all over the company. Like that's where we would be. You're welcome. All right, friends, we're gonna go. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for reading the 2 sprints that we did read and then talking the rest of the time. It's fine. Thursday sprints are always a little different. You know what I mean? But I will see everyone next week. Nell will see everyone on her channel when she gets some content out, which will be soon. So go turn on your bell notification. I will make sure everyone is linked down below. Okay, goodbye.